Men's room performance. Here's what you missed.
Yeah. Although I am pretty impatient. So I'm driving this probably 7 years ago. Driving my daughter to school. We get stuck behind the bus. I'm trying to be decent, so I just kind of mutter the profanities under my breath so she can't hear. Sure enough, their little stop sign pops out. My daughter starts reaching forward from the back seat. Dad, just blow the horn. I said, baby, listen. I don't have a problem blowing the horn at anybody, but do not blow the horn at a stop school bus. That is a very, very bad look, okay?
That is a tough one.
Yeah, I was like, dude, just trust me.
That might be my next passenger move.
Practice. Everyone me mucks and driver. Ooh, well, ahoy there and happy birthday. Corey, listen, I've been waiting for you to complain about this. It's not the old Capitan that doesn't want to invite you to all of our wild mascot parties, but based on the intel I got from the Jolly Green Giant, Boo Berry, and Aunt Jemima, who swore this under oath in front of Congress, Burley, you bring a little too much what they call the saucy heat when we have these parties. So while I admire your style, the three of them have petitioned to ban you from any future wild mascot parties. But I'll invite you to my next birthday party, you dirty, dirty son of a bitch. Crunch berries. All right, so you're hitting this turkey with the door.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm beating the heck out of it, you know. I'm just, he won't move. I'm like, I'm not going to go in this house, you know. But I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go in. And I'm, you know, like I said, 16, 17 years old. So I'm like, open the door, walk in the house. I'm like, hey, it's me. You know, they know me. It's me. I'm not barging or anything like that. And it's like in the middle of the day, so I'm like, oh, shoot, you know. I run into the other side, you know, because the front door is almost exactly, right across from the back door. Run through the back door. I was there for at least 15, 20 minutes. Run out, jump in my little car, and I holler back at that turkey. I'm like, yeah, I got you now, you mother lover, you know.
Take that, turkey.
Yeah, you take that, you joker, you know. But, oh, my God, I'm shaking talking about it right now.
Telling you, man, those things are huge.
And a bee hits me in the chest, bounced off the inside of my helmet, and went up my nose.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm going around this corner, trying to stay on the road, and I'm blowing, and I'm blowing, and I'm blowing, and he starts buzzing, and I'm blowing. Then he nails me in the nose, and he flies away.
So he stung you inside of your nostril?
Inside my nose. And thank God I'm not allergic to bees.
Wow. Did you swell up at all, or no?
Oh, yeah, it swelled up. It was a bee sting. It swelled up. He didn't leave the stinger, though.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Keep this.
Yeah, I've heard inside the mouth, not inside the nose.
And mine was just like a yellow jacket, I believe.
That's all.
No, but it did. It zapped me on the inside of the cheek and on the tongue. So whatever that is where you keep your stinger. So it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the hornet world.
Yeah, it hurt like hell. I just know that my tongue was good. And that was my birthday party.
Oh, it's your birthday party?
Like, I couldn't even chew the cake. Like, I could put the ice cream in my mouth and let it melt.
That was your
but my mouth was so in pain. Like, I didn't even want the ice cream.
Just let it melt in your mouth, Miles.
Yeah.
It's like a milkshake.
Right. And then I'm trying to open presents. I just don't even care.
Right.
Like, this is not even a birthday.
You want to hear a crazy sound? Google what they sound like when they're, I think they call it chittering, like when they're mad. It's the weirdest sound. It's like... All
right, we're about to pull it up. The sound of an angry sugar glider. That's an angry sugar glider.
I don't know that I'd say it's terrifying.
That's just them barking. That's like the sound they make when they're like want to play or make food. When they're angry, they make a different sound.
Yeah, Mike, I find the angry one, dude.
We need an angry sugar glider.
Is that it?
That's it.
Wow.
Okay. Get that again, Mike.
You know, when you were saying it has scared some people, I'm thinking, what chance would I have of being scared of something smaller than a hamster? And then Mike played that, and I'm like, you know what? I might back off from that.
Let's go Lions.
Lions. Number 10.
Yeah.
That's the 10th deadliest animal on the planet. They kill an average of 200 people a year.
Damn.
So hippos, elephants, crocodiles, scorpions, and assassin bugs all are more dangerous than a lion, believe it or not.
So we're missing two.
Okay.
So Ted went grizzly and that was wrong. Does that count all bears, Miles?
I'll give you a hint. Two can actually live together in the same home.
Cats and dogs.
Which one do you want to pick? You already got the big cat.
Dogs.
Dogs kill 59,000 people a year.
Jesus.
Worldwide.
Christ.
Okay.
Is that number 2 or number 4?
That's number 4. And the lone one left. You guys have got one strike. Sometimes lives with dogs.
Humans?
Humans, Ted, you are correct.
Okay.
Humans kill on average 400,000 people a year. There you go. The 10 deadliest animals in the world. At number 10, lions. Hippos comes in at 9 with 500 kills a year. Elephants, number 8 with 600 deaths a year. Crocodiles kill 1,000 people a year at number 7. Number 6 is scorpions with 3,300 deaths attributed. The zoo. Assassin bugs kill 10,000. Dogs, 59,000 at 4. Snakes kill 138,000 people at number 3. Humans average 400,000 deaths a year at 2. And your number 1 deadliest animal on the planet, that would be the mosquito, with 725,000 deaths attributed per year. So can I get some dad jokes from Miles and the Dirty Germans talking about the kind of meat that she's going to get for dinner tonight? All right, a couple dad jokes for you. Did you guys hear about that painter who was hired for a portrait of Ricardo Montalban from the Star Trek movies?
No. He's a con man?
He was a con artist.
Yes.
Con.
Yeah.
Con!
This morning I sprayed Axe body spray in my mouth.
Oh, yeah?
Now I talk with an accent. Speaking of wild animals, I kind of wanted to cook some alligator tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah?
But I only have a crock pot.
Same. I can't cook gator.
What do you do to an elephant with 3 balls? What do you do to an elephant with 3 balls?
What?
You walk him and pitch to the giraffe. What's the difference between split peas and pea soup?
What?
You can split peas. And one more. What's the difference between black-eyed peas and chickpeas?
What?
Black-eyed peas can sing us a song, while chickpeas can only hum us one.
Hummus.
Hummus, Joe.
See, Mike, where'd you think it was going?
That was going to be dirty, didn't it? Typically in Alaska, people do not have those small dogs just because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, minimal 30, 40 pounds. You need something that those things cannot pick up.
Like, what is the maximum weight? Like, my dog, I'm comfortable. They're not going to snatch her. My cat, I get the feeling Rainbow would be gone.
Looks like sometimes they'll get down, at least scoop up a 5 to 10 pound salmon out of the water.
Right, they'll grab salmon. Like I said, Chihuahuas, they definitely found the collars. It's like, what is the smallest dog you should have if you live in eagle territory?
Probably
I mean,
at
I
least
don't know.
25 pounds.
I told you, I was over in Kingston once. My buddy, his family had a beach cabin over there.
Yeah.
And same thing. We're sitting out there, and there's this one little dog, and we're like, sweet bald eagle. We were like, sweet, 2 bald eagles. And it was like, oh, man, they're circling that dog. And it was like another buddy's girlfriend's dog. So, like, we had to get that dog out of that yard.
Oh, yeah. What animal were you surprised was part of your day? 206-803-ROCK.
Like, you guys are like, oh, cool, there's 2 of them, man.
Oh, you know how it is, right? It's a sunny day. We're
You're
just
not
sitting out
thinking
there
about it.
grilling, just like, nice, bald eagle, freedom.
2 of them.
2 of them.
What do you know?
Double
America.
freedom. Where is that dog?
What that one more time? The angry sugar glider.
Yeah, if I'm at your house and I hear that noise, I'm going to be pretty alarmed. I don't know if I'd say scared.
Yeah, scared isn't the right word, but disturbed.
Yeah, like, what is the alarm going off? What is happening?
You're man, your sugar glider, okay, man, he's making weird noises. Now, what is that?
That's grumpy.
That's grumpy.
Yeah.
I also don't know that I like just the way you said that.
What?
I don't know if I want you being like, is your sugar glider okay? Just,
Hey, baby, is it okay tonight if,
just feels weird.
You want to play my sugar glider?
I do.
Oh, dude, don't sweat it.
He's fine.
He's fine. He's just upset.
And now, the men's room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright. or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the men's room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the men's room.
And away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4487. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, the Ted Smith, and Mike Hahn. And you are the men's room. On tap today, Taryn Daly and Steve Miggs from the Daily Miggs Morning Show. Join us once again. We will sit and spin. And with the Oscars on Sunday night, today we get 10 actors with a Billboard Top 100 hit.
Uh-oh.
We will play Profile This. Plus headlines, a men's room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Ted.
Click, clack.
All right, here we go. An officer arrests a woman, goes through her phone, and then sends her nude pics to himself. Meanwhile, a Florida man impersonating a cop will have to put his fake badge and fake uni on the shelf. Virginia police now looking for a man who breaks into homes completely nude. A woman leaves her kid at Universal Studios to go to a bar and meet up with a dude. And a restaurant owner takes his entire staff on a 3-day Bahama cruise. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room.
And now, here's the question.
Hola, bitches. Good day to you and yours. All right, according to science, the chances of a meteorite hitting your home are, quote, astronomically low, estimated to be around 1 in 840 million to 1.39 trillion. However, that doesn't mean that it won't happen. We go to Western Germany, where one lucky homeowner, he now has a hole in his roof. After a meteorite, well, basically defied the odds and crashed into his house. Now, no one was hurt, but there's a hole, they're saying, about the size of a soccer ball in his roof. But all things considered, that's a pretty simple repair, right? But I suppose that depends entirely on who you hire to do the roof repair. A man in Arizona ended up having to demolish his entire family home after a roofing repair job went really, really wrong. We'll share the story coming up, but it all started with too many shingles and ended up with a home demolition. Naturally, the homeowner, well, he's real pissed off, but it could be worse because it can always be worse. Case in point, in Michigan, state hired contractors. They were hired to demolish 398 Edison Street, but they showed up and demolished 404 Edison Street, which obviously is the wrong house. Now, neighbors were actually very happy about it, but the homeowner, not so much. But let's face it, not every weird thing that happens at a home involves destruction. Earlier this week, a crazy woman, she fired shots at Rihanna's home for reasons we still can't quite piece together. And an equally crazy woman in Missouri broke into a home and ate the family's Fruity Pebbles. Is there no depth to how low we will go? But all of this adds up to a simple truth, which is whether you own your home, live in an apartment, rent a place, it doesn't matter. Sometimes weirdness happens, right? That's just the long and short of it, and somehow it happens at your home. So today's question, brought to you by our friends at Advanced Hair Restoration, is what is the craziest thing that happened to or at your home?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like the Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram at Men's Room Live. Send your emails to the Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock.
That's the Whopper.
It's a Whopper.
Okay. And we're rolling in 3, 2.
Time to open wide and sample Ted's meat and potatoes. Now, here's your host, head chef of the men's room, the Ted Nugent.
Head chef in the house.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Now, the Burger Wars, they've been going on for years.
Oh, yes, they have.
Fast food, they're fighting back and forth. So interesting, when you think of, like, signature burgers, right? I would think you think of Burger King, you think of the Whopper.
Sure.
McDonald's, you think of the Big Mac.
Yep.
Do you know which one came first?
Ooh,
hang
I'll
on.
say the Big Mac. I think 1970. Is that right?
I'm going to guess the Whopper.
Thrill is correct.
Really?
The Whopper was first. That debuted in 1957, over a decade before the McDonald's Big Mac, which was created by a franchisee, launched in 67 or 68. Now, the Whopper they came out with, and they said, hey, like McDonald's is already rolling.
Sure.
We need a big flame-broiled burger that people will come for. And they did. Now, also, the Big Mac kind of, like McDonald's then was like, well, we need a signature burger. But at this point, remember, they started in California. So they were still competing with a big boy restaurant chain.
Damn, think about that.
Shoney's. Elby's.
Yeah, we had Elby's.
The original Whopper, by the way, in 1957 would set you back 37 cents.
Jeez, a whiz, that's a lot.
I wonder what that is at the time, though. If that was like, wow, man, that is a fancy-ass burger.
You know what? I have found out recently, sometimes don't look up that stuff.
What do you mean? Why?
Like, you fathom that inflation rate is ridiculous, but you're like, oh, that must have been crazy back then. It's like, no, it wasn't that crazy for them.
It's probably like 10-cent hamburgers. You know, maybe 15-cent cheeseburgers.
Well, you got to keep in mind, at this point, McDonald's is really the only dog in the game, and Miles is right. You're talking 10-cent cheeseburgers, like 7-cent hamburgers, whatever. So then Burger King's like, yo, we got a big-ass burger. We could charge 37 cents.
37 cents? Are you sure, man?
But basically, the Whopper established the trend for larger signature fast food burgers, and then, of course, the Big Mac shows up.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So now to the new to the burger wars going on right now. So first of all, we'll try the Whopper first, but in order, right? McDonald's a few months ago said, "Hey, we're testing this new thing, the Big Arch, right?"
Yeah.
They had tested in other markets, and then about 2 weeks ago or whatever, their CEO was pictured, and look, he just looked like a CEO looks like, right? And it's this giant burger, and he said it's a big bite for a big burger. He barely took a nibble of it.
Yeah.
People kind of got on him. He's like, don't worry, I'll finish it later.
Also called it a product
Yeah.
instead of a hamburger.
I know.
Product.
Yeah.
They were like, that's why you don't have
know what?
CEOs introduce food anyway. It's like, man, when it comes to food, just call it food. Don't
It's like me saying, did you eat lunch, man? I'm going to go get some product.
Correct. Well, like, look, we're used to seeing launches of giant tech stuff.
Sure.
And you see the CEO up there. That's very rare, right? Generally, even Microsoft, they'll hire people just to give presentations because those people can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they can't. And nothing against the McDonald's CEO, but like, you're not the guy that needs to be the face. Just be the CEO.
Right. So people have been all over him. So then finally it was going to come out this week. So then the Whopper, not brand new, they just revised it a little bit, okay?
What are the revisions on the Whopper?
Well, features a more premium, better tasting bun.
Okay.
Okay.
They say they enhanced the high quality mayonnaise than had previously.
Oh,
used.
I've heard that, yeah.
So
Removing the
they haven't done a ton to it, right? And frankly, the Whopper's the Whopper. It's always pretty good. So we could try the Whopper. So this is a brand new Whopper.
All right.
All right.
Steve already took the vegetables off.
Well, it's the pickle, man. I can't do that. Like, I can get the tomato and lettuce. I'm not doing the pickle.
By the way, these 4 burgers,
I'm the
talking about
opposite.
price, $45.
God damn.
$45, so not 39 cents.
All right, new Whopper.
It's all right. I already dove in. I don't know about you guys. I took the bite straight out. I took the bite straight out of the middle. It was fantastic. You know, it could either go corner or I want to get to the middle with all the meat that's inside of it, dude. That's a fantastic burger.
Well, since we talked to the president of Burger King, I kind of wanted to win.
Oh, I do too, man.
I'm a little biased.
And what?
Wow, see, I took a real bite. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's still good.
like the president of Burger King did.
We're pretty much the same guy.
Yeah.
Same money, everything. I will say this. I cannot tell the difference in the mayonnaise. I can't tell the difference in the bun, but it's damn good.
No, it's a good burger. Really is.
Well, I think Mike, Miles, and I are experts on mayonnaise.
I taste the notes of difference in there.
Yeah, I could tell.
Right. But why don't they just say, hey, look, we're using Dukes now.
Right.
You know, I mean, just use the brand that everyone likes and everyone knows.
Well, you're not wrong, but that's not the way the corporate world works anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, half of them now just sell fancy ketchup. It's like, just get Heinz.
Yeah, but if you did like a barbecue burger or whatever, it could be a Sweet Baby Ray bacon burger from, exclusively at Wendy's or whatever.
But then you got to get in bed with them.
You do get it. You do, but I think people know that brand as well.
They do.
So hopefully.
But I'm just saying, they just don't do it anymore. That's the way it used to be, right? Because I know what you're thinking, right? Burger King years ago had that bullseye burger, and it was made with bullseye barbecue
That's
sauce.
right. Mm-hmm. And McDonald's used to use Heinz ketchup. And then they stopped doing it because they're like, you know what? We can do it cheaper.
Do you like them better now that they're not using Heinz?
I can't tell the difference, to be honest with you. Ketchup
They're not using Del Monte, man.
as a ketchup
That's
packet.
right.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it tastes good, but it tastes like a Whopper.
Yeah.
Like, I've never really had a Whopper and been like, oh, this Whopper sucks.
They're also putting it in a box now. So they say it'll
Correct.
maintain its freshness or it won't fall apart in your car.
But
Yeah. I was going to say, but it still comes stacked tall with freshly cut onions, tomatoes, crisp lettuce, tangy pickles that Thrill doesn't like.
I don't know that the lettuce is crisp, but to be fair, it's sitting on top of a hot burger under a piece of bread. It's
tomatoes, mayonnaise, like that was one thing that I always liked about Burger King is that their sandwiches are a lot saucier, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like, look, I know it's like that little machine they're using, but you still can taste the difference of like, it did touch a flame.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, man.
Yeah, and Miles is right. They're also putting it in a box, which I guess makes it seems a little fancier. You know?
Yeah, man.
Just put it like in a Tiffany's box. You know, a little velvet cover on the outside.
They used to always have the styrofoam. Then they got
Right.
rid of that. So I want to say even for a while, the Big Mac was coming just wrapped up, and people were like, nah, man, you got to put that in some type of box.
Right, because when I open it, all it craps on my lap because I'm eating it while I drive.
Right. There's just a lot of stuff going on. All right. Next up to the plate, we're going to try this McDonald's Big Arch.
Big
They're
Arch.
saying it's an ode to American excess. It's big. Like
There's-
really big.
Got some crispy straws in there.
Yeah, they're
Sauce.
saying it's big size, big flavor, big calorie count to satisfy the extra hungry.
So what's on this thing?
Let's see. So it's a toasted bun with both sesame and poppy seeds, giving off a multigrain bread vibes amid the burger's greasy and temperance. So it's 2 quarter-pound patties, cheese, but also pickles, shredded lettuce, Big Arch sauce, 2 types of onions, raw and fried. And then I guess a lot of people are saying this new sauce is close to a Big Mac sauce, but not quite the same, which, frankly, any place you go that has a burger sauce tends to be Thousand Island dressing.
Also, 3 pieces of cheese, I see.
Ah.
They really cheese that thing up.
It's like a zesty.
They put a lot of stuff on here. I heard it's messy. It looks good. I've been waiting to try it. Well, let's try it.
Okay.
Don't take it before a drug test. I see poppy seeds.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Okay. As far as McDonald's burgers goes, that's
It doesn't taste like McDonald's.
yes. That's
I'm
exactly right, Miles.
It really doesn't.
Which is almost disappointing. It's not a bad burger, but if I go to McDonald's, like that is the taste I want in my mouth, right?
Yeah, there's a definite McDonald's taste.
I was going to say, it still tastes. I mean, honestly, that's.
Listening to the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Pull the Patrols, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4,487. What a large and a charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat. As once again, we welcome in Taryn Daly and Steve Miggs from the Daily Miggs Morning Show. We will sit and spin. And today, Oscars are on Sunday afternoon for us.
Yep.
We have 10 actors with a Billboard Top 100 hit. Not
100?
Yes, not only can they act, but they can also sing.
Can they? Can they, or did they just get a hit?
They had a chart-topping hit, you see.
Okay. Say Britney Spears. She's a singer, but she can't sing. But she's had a lot of top 100 hits.
That's a good point.
Jennifer Lopez cannot sing, but she's had, I guess, a few.
She was a singer first, though, right?
She was a dancer first. J-Lo?
Yeah.
She was a dancer. Thanks to auto-tune, she got away with being a singer, but she's notoriously has a pretty crummy voice.
Same road as Paula Abdul. Wasn't she a Lakers dancer?
She was a Lakers dancer?
She was a Lakers girl.
Lakers girl. She can sing a little bit. She's crazy. But she's crazy in a happy way.
But she had hits.
She did.
I don't know that she's ever really acted, though. She's only ever been Paula Abdul on shows.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
All right. Yeah.
Whereas like Jennifer Lopez, legit, I mean, there was bad movies, but she was in some real movies.
Now, this is not artists who then are also musicians. So, for an example, Will Smith.
That doesn't count.
We know he could do both. And he has.
We started as a musician.
I mean, even Barbara Streisand, who you love, Steve, she acted.
I love her to death.
But she also sang. You know, they were singers before they were.
She was a singer.
She was a singer first,
yeah.
Then she went into the world of acting. I mean, you could look at that in a lot of ways, like Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra. Those guys were singers first.
Yeah.
And they did Sammy Davis.
Elvis.
They did, yes, exactly, Elvis. Elvis was, in fact, a musician first.
Yes.
They went on to act. We should reverse this list next time.
So actors, what is it? Singers that went on to act, right?
Yeah, exactly. But today we do the opposite. We have 10 actors with a Billboard Top 100 hit, and that is coming up at 4:30. Today on the program, we're going to talk about stuff that's happened in your home there, your domicile, your apartment, places you have lived. Some places can be a little bit crazier than others, depending on your neighbors, depending on what's going on. This is kind of a weird one, though. After thousands witnessed a breathtaking fireball streak across the sky in Western Europe, a meteorite crashed through the roof of a home in the city of Koblenz, Germany.
Once again, I just pulled up statistically what are the odds, and it was anywhere from 1 in 840 million to 1 in 3.9 trillion, and they went on to say, you'll be struck by lightning, win the lottery, like basically everything else on Earth.
Well, just know this thing hit multiple homes.
Well, the debris did.
Yes, exactly.
I guess it initially hit one guy's house and kind of blew apart and messed up everyone else's house.
Okay. International Meteor Organization, which I did not know existed, reported over 3,000 fireball sightings. People saw this thing over France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, Switzerland, and Germany, where it crashed. Witnesses also posted numerous video recordings on social media as the rock broke apart in the atmosphere and scattered its pieces throughout Western Germany. Witnesses reported hearing several explosions. So they're still looking for the other fragments of this thing in fields, what have you. Because to be honest with you, they do pretty well on eBay.
I'd buy a piece.
If you want to buy a meteorite chunk, they're not cheap. So around 7 o'clock local time on Sunday, the object struck a house in the Gulls district. And according to authorities, left a hole. Authorities left a hole in the roof the size of a soccer ball.
Any guesses? The radius of a soccer ball?
Is it?
I looked it up because I'm just like
radius or the circumference.
Circumference. Sorry. So the diameter is about 9 inches, but it's about. If you're saying the hole's that big, it's about 28 inches. I looked it up to see. All right. Okay. Because when you think about it, right? So this thing came from outer frickin' space. More than likely, it's like a piece of iron, something super heavy. At that speed, traveling to Earth, all things considered, a 28-inch hole in the roof, really not that bad.
No. NASA's got something up there that's about to fall out of the sky.
Yeah, one of their satellites.
And they say that the odds of it hitting a home are much better than a meteorite.
Well, that's not what people want to hear.
Well, I know that. But they're projecting where this thing will orbit, how it will come into the atmosphere, and potentially looks like it's not going to land in an ocean.
But it won't disintegrate. It's just going
to... Well, they're saying it's going to hit the Earth. So I don't know that you would think that would burn up, but it must be a big enough piece of crap.
I mean, you think about meteorites burn up, and this is, solid pieces of stone or rock or whatever, and then the satellite doesn't. You remember when Skylab came down? It was like late 70s, early 80s.
Where'd that crash? Australia?
I think it was Australia, but it's one of those things. I'm just wondering if NASA would do the same thing. So my brother and I were much younger, obviously, back in the day, but it's like 24 hours. They're watching Skylab because this former space station, it's going to crash to Earth. We're just not sure where. So at one point it was tracking where it kind of went over where we lived at the time in upstate New York. So my brother and I were hoping desperately it would crash in our backyard. Well, it didn't. I want to say it crashed in the Indian Ocean or something like that. But yeah, they're like, we don't know. We have no idea where this thing's going to hit, but like everyone is looking skyward because nobody wanted to hit their S.
Police and emergency services also received reports of damage from the area.
Indian Ocean.
It was the Indian Ocean.
In Australia, yeah.
All right.
Including the Hunstruck and the Eiffel. While the state office for fire and disaster advocated its Civil Protection Situation Center to monitor the situation, try to coordinate information. Basically, this thing was just flying in. They had time to do what they could do. Emergency personnel investigated possible debris landing sites. They were trying to get out an alert. Like if you live in this area, like a tornado alert.
Right.
Just know that there could be a large ball falling out of the sky and be on the lookout, so to speak.
I guess. I mean, how much notice
could
did
you
they
dive
have?
out of the way? I'm not exactly sure.
Not on purpose. Like by accident, you could dive out of the way.
Multiple other homes in the region reportedly suffered at least some damage, but officials deemed none of that as significant as the one that hit this guy's house.
Is there not a warning? Like,
it depends on the size. Look, put it this way. Let's say every day, hundreds, if not thousands of these things fall out of the sky and slam into the planet. Most of the time, it's somewhere rural or the ocean. Because our population, when you look at how it's dispersed, we're not in most places that we could be, right? We're on the coast and all this kind of thing. So, but they don't know they're coming until after they've already hit. Like basically, the rock has to be big enough for them to detect it to say, hey, this thing's coming in. But even then, by the time they detect something of that size, you might have 90 seconds notice.
They also don't know the trajectory half the time that these things come in on. So, like France activated their, oh no, here comes a meteorite alert.
But it's like, and
it flew way over France. But they all did. They see this thing coming in the sky, and whatever technology they have to monitor these things, they all kind of gave an alert. But they weren't really actually able to specifically say, like, hey, Ballard, it's coming to hit you.
Well, the problem is you might want to say, man, shelter in place. Because we can tell Ballard, hey, evacuate and head west.
But not if it goes through your roof.
But you don't know. Like, my thing is, in this case, just don't say anything. It's like NASA says.
Just let it happen.
If we saw an Earth-destroying asteroid and we knew this thing's going to hit the planet and wipe us out, don't tell people. Because if you tell people, the worst of us is going to come out. And if we're wrong, we've done more damage than if we just let people perish.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Now we head on down to Tigard, Oregon.
So we might die tomorrow. I'm sorry, what?
We head down to Tigard, Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you say it?
That's how Miles says it. He also said colored green, so we don't know.
Tigard? How would you say it? Tigard?
I just know I'm driven by the side
Tigard.
Ted's like, I just don't say it.
Tigard, Oregon. Newly released video shows a pickup truck flying through the air and crashing into an Oregon home in the middle of the night.
Tigard. It's pronounced Tigard.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. I like Tigard. No one was hurt. It was just as the homeowner had described it. Literally launched and boom, right into my house. That according to David Brudnock of Tigard, Oregon. Police said the pickup went airborne after hitting a dirt mound, cleared a retaining wall, and flew roughly 100 feet through the air, then hit the house. I just heard this boom, and the house shakes. On Friday, he recalled what it was like to walk downstairs at 3 a.m. and see the wreckage to his home. And I'm like, what's going on? Like I must be in a sleep stupor or something. I cannot process what I am seeing in front of me. The front of his house and the bathroom were a crumbled mess. I did not expect a flying truck, he said.
Really? You didn't expect a flying truck?
The family of 5, including 3 small children, all unharmed, made it out the back of the house to what he described as a swarm of first responders. So, yeah, they all showed up, and they're all lined out there on Shoals Ferry, and it was a sight. The 2 inside the truck, officers say, were taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Driver of the pickup managed to climb out of the wreckage. He was arrested for just reckless driving.
100 feet through the air. How fast do you have to be going to stay airborne?
Have you seen that video?
No.
Oh, it is unbelievable that truck can fly that far.
What do they have it on their, not dash cam, the ring camera or something like that?
No. It's just like, you could tell it's one of those newer developments.
All right.
So literally, it's just the house across the street has it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I mean, that thing is launched. Hang on. It'll slow it down for you. But just right. So this camera's just pointing that way, and you'll see this car. I mean, it's airborne by the time you see it. So that goes from one side of the street, crosses a residential street into that house.
Jesus.
In the air.
What goes on in Tigard?
I don't know.
A beautiful home, too. Well, it was.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like one of those brand new little communities.
Yeah,
it did. Yeah, sure did.
Now, oftentimes, like these 2 situations, you are not in control of what has gone down.
Yeah.
I mean, this is out of your control. Meteorite hit your house, a truck flies
Truck
through the
hit
air.
your house.
This one is more in control. A California mother whose home became the center of a series of alcohol-fueled teen gatherings is now facing decades behind bars. A jury in Santa Clara County has convicted 51-year-old Shannon O'Connor, widely labeled as the party mom, on 58 of 63 felony and misdemeanor counts, including child endangerment, sexual battery, and providing alcohol to minors. She pleaded not guilty to those charges. Prosecutors said 20 teenagers were victimized. 12 girls identified at court as Jane Does and 8 boys as John Does. Santa Clara County detectives said that O'Connor is now facing 30 years in jail. Teen witnesses testified that during the 2021 school year, when campuses were largely shut down for COVID, O'Connor controlled parts of their social lives, regularly placed them in risky situations involving alcohol and sex. Prosecutors said she had an abnormal sexual interest in teens and pressured intoxicated teens to take part in sexual activity. The most serious convictions involved 2 counts of all kinds of crazy crap that we shouldn't even talk about. O'Connor didn't take the stand during the 3-month trial. Her attorney called the verdict disappointing and said her client was crushed by the ruling. But she praised the teenagers who did testify, saying the case does not happen if the children do not come forward.
Yeah.
So our question, what is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
I would also say this. I don't think it's out of line, right? Like, my parents did it, right? You're a senior. Maybe it's some special occasion. Parents might go, all right, you can have a party.
Sure.
But it sounds like this woman, first, it's bad because she's having sex with minors.
That's
a massive thing. And then 2,
you hear that? That does matter.
Right. And then 2, it seems like she just was throwing parties every weekend for these kids.
Well, 1, you're throwing them every weekend, and 2, the sex is what goes sideways, right? I mean, just growing up, there was at least one mom or dad or couple that just said, look, man, we know what you guys are up to, right? We're not stupid. We did the same thing you did. You're 18 years old, blah, blah, blah. If you're going to do that, you will do it in the safety of our basement, right? Everyone turns in their keys, and it's just a spend the night kind of deal. And is that illegal? It sure is. But the one thing they did not do was say, and let's have sex, right? It was completely, and they didn't even join us. They were just upstairs to make sure that things didn't get out of hand. Right? And I understand that. And my wife has said, I would be that person. I said, me too. If it's one of those deals where you know what they're going to get into, but if they're just going to drink beer and pass out after 45 minutes, like, do it here, do it in the safety. But the sex is what puts it over the edge. And the other thing is, you don't throw the party. I'm not inviting you to my home. One of my kids has invited you to this party. I'm just sanctioning the thing. I'm not throwing it out there.
My buddy Brian, his neighbor across the street, Amy, she and her best friend and myself, we would get together. We would watch movies all Saturday night.
Sure.
Crash out on the floor in sleeping bags.
Yeah.
Wake the hell up. It was not a big deal. There was no sex involved. There was none of that involved.
That is the difference.
We're just 4 friends.
That's the massive difference.
Watching movies, ordering pizza, staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning, giggling, and calling friends.
I mean, look, man, if it's me,
honestly, very innocent for being in high school or junior high.
I would rather have 20 kids in my house in high school that I know they've had beer and they're all passed out in my basement than one person come over and have sex with one of my kids. Yeah, like to me, the sex thing is what blows my mind. I'm like, kids are going to sneak out and get booze. Kids might sneak out and have sex. You ain't going to do it in my house if I'm home and I'm aware of it.
Right.
Right?
Right, because even, like, we're talking about, like I had another buddy, and, like, his parents were the same way, right? It was like, all right, you 4 just stay in the basement. Nobody's leaving. But if even one of his parents came down and drank a beer with us, it would be like,
it's weird.
What are we doing?
We don't want you here. That's the other thing, man. I don't want you there.
Yeah. My first apartment, it was beside a warehouse, beside a bakery. And at one point in time, I think it was me or my roommate, I can't remember who, got some weed, but we had a pop ceiling, like a tile ceiling in the top. So either me or Matt hid weed up there. I cannot remember who it was. But when we popped the...
That means it was you. I can't remember.
Whoever popped the tile looks up there. The entire underneath side of the roof was completely charred. Now, this place did smell somewhat of smoke.
Right.
But back then you couldn't just look up fires and, you'd have to go to a library and, whatever that stuff.
Microfiche.
Yeah, you'd have to do that with old newspapers. But my stepfather is an attorney in town, still is, and he was able to go and check the records on the property.
All right.
So he did that. And so I said, that whole inside of that place is just absolutely charred.
How do you know that, Miles? No reason.
Because we got up into the in the ceiling. I mean, we told him, and we didn't tell him what we were hiding.
Exactly.
But that apartment building had been the site of a fire, and like 4 or 5 college students had either passed on smoke inhalation. It was bad. I can't remember, but people did pass on. So I go back. He tells me this, and I'm like, "Hey, Matt, guess what, man?" I was like, "We're in a death house." Like, no kidding. Like and there was a brand new fire chute ladder thing on the back of the unit.
I'm sure that was mandated.
It was mandated
After the kids died.
because this is an old building. And in the back, you had a legitimately newer fire escape because that's what we would climb down to steal the donuts and the pepperoni rolls off the back loading deck. It was brand new. So this had not been that long ago that this happened. So that was one of the weird things, just being in there. Because, if you heard a noise or if you heard something weird, like a sound or whatever.
That death basement I lived in, there would have been 2 separate fires in that row house. You still had charred beams. They had replaced... put other beams up there, but you could still see the chart. There had been 2 separate fires. 2 people had died,
And 2 people died in separate fires. I hate
And both fires had to be started in the basement.
Correct. Somebody smoking or whatever. Right. But I was convinced that basement was haunted. I hated lit.
That's kind of what we thought.
But it was. I paid those guys like $150 a month.
What are you gonna say? The first house my parents bought in Baltimore,
$125.
No one died in a fire, and it's a big old row home. And the house at the time was just over 100 years old. And it turns out they bought the house from the kids of the guy that had lived there for 93 years. So he was born and raised there. Then after his parents died, he just stayed, right? So dude died at the age of 93. I found out maybe a year after we lived there that he died in the house, and the room that he died in was my bedroom. I had not known that. And just like you're saying, after that, anytime I heard anything, I'm like... Is this effing house?
This is weird.
Because this guy, I don't want to know that stuff.
Dude, and my buddies, those guys knew. So there'd be times I'd come home from work at weird hours, and somebody would be hiding in that room. And it would scare the crap out of me.
What is the craziest thing that has happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Pretty damn good.
It's really good.
It's not bad at all.
You like about the Whopper?
No.
I like the Whopper.
I don't know that I want to pick a winner, but I was just like, I read a lot about or saw a lot of people tested out this burger.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to explain it. You're right, though. Like the Burger King still kind of tastes like a Burger King burger. Still tastes like McDonald's, but I like all the stuff on there. It's definitely messier than a normal McDonald's burger.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
Yeah, a lot of cheese and stuff going on there.
I think I'm with Steve, though. I prefer the Whopper. It's not a bad burger, but this is a burger that I'm probably going to order once, whereas I'll go through and I'll get a Whopper every time.
Yeah?
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
It's a good burger. Make no mistake, Big Arch?
Yeah.
Big Arch, it's a good burger. I just prefer the Whopper. It might just be the flame broil thing.
And I'm still a sucker for a Big Mac.
Well, sure.
I think you're one of those. I think you are conditioned to get the same thing, unless you're at Taco Bell. Taco Bell, for some reason, lets me go like, you know what? I'm going to try that other thing. But for whatever reason, at McDonald's, I'm just like, I'm tried and true. I just want to get a Big Mac. I definitely want to get a vanilla milkshake. Love to get fries, but it's a new year for me.
Man, that's a tough call.
They really are. They are
very good, yeah.
I would say if you like the Whopper, you'll like this one more.
Mm-hmm.
That Big Arch, man, there's a lot of flavor in there. There is. I'm with you. Like, a Whopper seems more consistent, but I don't know, man. That's a pretty big burger, especially for McDonald's.
And to be fair, that means you can't go wrong. Get either or.
Yeah. And if you happen to, if you missed it, we did have the president of Burger King call our radio show.
Mm-hmm. Tom Curtis.
Because Taryn, the Daily Mix Show, called them to leave a message because he put out a press release, said, hey, man, if anything is wrong with your food ever at Burger King, give me a call, and I'll return the call.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here in the afternoon, and he called. So if you want to check that out, it's up at YouTube. If you follow us at KISW Rock.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Burger King's denying they're trolling McDonald's right now.
Come on.
But they did release the video of that Tom guy taking a big ass bike the day they released the new big arch. So
they're trolling them.
They're trolling them, and why not? Right?
I would.
Right?
Yeah.
And McDonald's is always going to be number one, so it's like it's not that bad of an idea.
Well, and everybody's jumping in on it too. I saw Wendy's getting in there. I saw A&W jump in there and get on it too. Yeah, everybody.
Well, McDonald's released. They tweeted something out like, "So big you won't be able to finish it." And Burger King put, "We couldn't finish it either." I was like, "Damn, it's on." Thank you, Head Chef. We appreciate it. Coming up at 5:08, we'll drink and toast with a shot of the day. You are listening to the Men's Room.
Yeah, man. Possibility in the future. Can't have your 5-legged dog pee in a public park. I mean, like, I get it.
Well, here's the thing.
Are we that worried about this?
We have these devices on us already.
Sure.
You carry your phone. Where's My Phone is an app on your phone. Mm-hmm. So even if Ted decided he wanted to see where I am, like if we were married or whatever, he would be able to check where I am on my location.
Well, you got to allow me.
Right, correct. Because,
or have kids. Because our kids, we have...
we're partners, and so for an example, there was a dude who got caught in an avalanche at Stevens Pass, or I don't know where the hell he was. Either way, he was stuck for 4 hours. Basically, it said he felt like he was in concrete. His wife realized something was going on. So she saw the Find My Phone thing, and it was not moving on the slope.
Right.
There's no way he's standing in one place for 4 hours.
In the middle of a mountain, right?
In the middle of a mountain. So that's how they were able to find him.
Sure.
Now this chip has those capabilities. Now they could be good in this instance, or it could go the other way as far as who
you
knows.
were at the bar last night.
I did not approve whoever this other person is knowing where I am at all times, a.k.a. your government, your employer, all these different people. So just like opening the door, we have a key card, or we have an app for that to get into the building.
Which is the same thing. They switched to an app, and it's a third-party app, and then what you found is basically they just track where you're going.
They follow you everywhere.
And send you advertising.
Right.
So
you could wear an avalanche.
I deleted that thing and I'm like, there's no reason for this. I don't want it. And I don't need anyone else advertising to me. They do it plenty.
Exactly. We could wear an avalanche beacon if we did get in that situation. There's all kinds of things that I could see the practicality of this. But there's also other things.
But there's a difference, though.
There's a little more strange.
Because if you look, there's a percentage of the population that has voluntarily gotten microchipped for all the conveniences or medical reasons that you listed. And you go, your prerogative. What I do appreciate about this is, hey, your work cannot force this on you. And I can't imagine what the job would be. Because I'm not working the window at Taco Bell. You know, like, hey, man, you need a chip.
But believe it or not, proprietary stuff, not to that extreme, if Taco Bell is coming up with new menu items, right, they really don't have a direct competitor.
Yeah.
But if Coca-Cola is coming up with a new formula for something, everyone's got to sign off on this, that you're not going to sell this crap to Pepsi.
Right.
Or to another company. So a lot of employers, even if it's the research I did, like even if it's just what's in Kentucky Fried Chicken, what are those herbs and spices? What do you, all these different things. They can say, look, man, if you're going to be the man and you're going to go in this room and there's a chance that a competitor could steal our trade secrets, we want you microchipped. That way, we know where you are, when you come in, when you leave, et cetera, et cetera.
How many people currently know that? Is it 1 or 3 or something? I mean, honest to God, like the Coca-Cola recipe and the KFC recipe, at least as far as they're selling it to the public, I don't know. But it said it's either like 1 or a total of 3 people. No, not that they know it off the top of their head, but they have access to the actual recipe.
If you have access to top secret documents, say you're in the CIA,
you take them home with you,
or the FBI, or whatever the deal is.
Put them in a box and put them in your bathroom.
These are the people that they can say, look, you work on a submarine over here in Bremerton. It's a nuclear submarine. Washington State saying we can't ship you. You can't be shipped here. So what do? They'll put them on a submarine, send them somewhere else, and ship them out to sea. But either way, those are the kind of things we're talking about. But there's practical purposes for it.
Is there, though? They're already in secure locations. There's only 3 people that know those recipes now. Right. I still don't see why you have to put a chip inside of a human.
Well, exactly.
I think you're just giving an example of what they would
giving an example. It would
what they would come up. I mean, look, they did it here with the elevators. Now, it used to be when you want to go to a different floor, you just got in an elevator, pressed a button, it took you there. God forbid we do that now. So you have to have your security thing. That's fine. Secure location. All right. And we had like little badges, cards, whatever, which a million different people do. Then they wanted to get rid of those, and they're like, ooh, download this third-party app, and that gives you access. And it's like, I'm not doing this. After 2 weeks, I'm like, I'm taking it off my phone. Give me back the goddamn badge. And even with the badge, that way they know who came into the building, right? So if something's missing over the weekend. And Ted, you can deny it all you want. We're not saying it was you. But when you used your badge at 7 p.m. on Sunday, you were here for 4 minutes and this thing disappeared, right? So I get it.
Yeah.
But I get a chip.
For example.
Come on.
They cut in the side of your hand, and they put the chip in like they would a dog. Now, if you could, in theory, when you got close to your car, you could unlock your car. You could unlock your front door.
But see, is that really that convenient?
I'm just saying you're
physically walking.
One of the reasons people get this.
But this is stupid because you can swipe it to open the door, and I get what you're saying, like the fob on your car key. But I'm like, but you still have to physically open the door and climb into the car. So it's not that hard to just take my hand.
What I'm saying is,
and open the door that I have to walk to anyway.
Okay, you don't have to carry a wallet anymore.
I mean, yeah.
All right, you don't have to carry a passport anymore.
Yeah.
Well, but tech people.
I know what you mean. I hear what you're saying.
Like basically, you got a wallet you can't steal.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Or I can chop your hand off.
If you could hack into it. That's how you'd steal.
Right. And look, I get you're just playing the devil's advocate, but also like, look, with phones, we've already given up
everything.
So much of your freedom and everything for convenience. I just think implanting chips is a little too far.
Well, it's just all the crap, you know what I mean, that you normally would carry around in your hand. Other than your phone.
I guess what I worry about is like, I don't know, if I gain 10 pounds, I go to the store to buy a frozen pizzas, but
it could if you asked it to do that.
Can't have that.
If you had just gone,
God damn it!
Well, think about it. If you've been to the doctor within the last 3 months, right, and your medical information is in there, and you're saying like high blood pressure or something, you can't buy these products because they lead to within 3 months your doctor told you this. You're not listening. We're going to do it for you.
It can also, it's got your medical.
Or like, what if your doctor says you drink too much and you're in a bar? They're just like,
sorry, man.
You came in and X-jacked.
Okay, look, you get in a car crash, you're knocked out. All right.
We got to take you.
Sounds horrible. We got to take you to the hospital. But we have to put you under anesthesia.
All right.
We don't know that you are allergic to anesthesia. We don't even know who you are. We couldn't find your wallet. We don't even know who you are. The car was mangled so bad we have no idea knowing who you are. When they scan you, all your medical history will come up, and they'll go, "Oh, we can't give Ted this, or we can't do this, or he has."
The flip side to the anesthesia, though, I mean, if you're going to be allergic to anesthesia, though, but you're already in the hospital.
Yeah, but
the same people we would call.
But that's why they ask you.
I know.
So it's like all your stuff could be in there: travel cards, payment cards, medical identification tags, history, records, key card, crypto wallet, address book, all this stuff, and it can also monitor. Your heart rate, your blood pressure, all these other things. So there's all these different applications. So there are a lot of people who are tech savvy.
Right.
The people who want the next thing.
Well, they're saying like in Sweden, apparently, I can't say this is all the rage, but I guess in Sweden, they kind of lead the world as far as people that voluntarily want chip for all, and it's all the conveniences you're talking about. Again, I could open my car door with my hand. Well, you kind of already do that. That's actually how they freaking work. You take your hand and you open the door.
Right, exactly. But there are some other concerns, such as infection. Now, these chips come in a little glass, like a silicone glass thing that they stick in your hand. So
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
Woman in Missouri named Tira Smith was arrested last week after she allegedly broke into a home and started eating Fruity Pebbles in the kitchen. The family was home at the time. A woman says her son smelled something burning, so he walked downstairs to the kitchen. That's when he saw the strange lady eating Fruity Pebbles and petting the family dog. The oven was also on, so maybe that's where the smell was coming from.
That's a great guard dog.
Son ran and told his mom, who called 911. The mom also confronted Tara and demanded that she clean up the mess she made. That seemed like an odd request, but Fruity Pebbles and milk were scattered everywhere. Police arrived and determined that Tara was on something. She later told them she consumed a bottle of marijuana.
A bottle of
marijuana.
Interesting.
And was walking around outside and mistook the house for, I guess, hers. Or no, she said it was a fair she thought was going on.
Yeah.
She was charged with a first-degree burglary. Our question, what is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Carrie. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola.
Hola. Yeah, a long time ago, I had this wonderful little one-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend. And one morning, we noticed a weird bulge in the ceiling. And he stuck his finger in it, and it exploded in water everywhere in the kitchen.
I'm guessing the upstairs apartment was leaking.
Upstairs apartment was leaking, so we went around the corner, and it was like a waterfall between the hallway and the bathroom door. It was just running down. And so we called the apartment manager, and they sent somebody up to go and confront her because we weren't going to. We called her odd. She was a very odd lady.
But what do you mean,
you know
odd?
What she told those people? She told them that Elvis was taking a bath.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that kind of odd. Okay, that explains that.
Yeah, so that's why the water was running continuously in the bathtub upstairs.
You know, my question isn't so much that you think that Elvis is taking a bath, but even if he was taking a bath, how does that justify the waterfall that is pouring through the ceiling?
He gets all the water he wants, dude.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I have no idea. She caused us a lot of problems. She would spit at us from the top of the balcony and all kinds of stuff. She was a very odd woman.
How long after you moved in or after she moved in did it take for her to start doing things like spitting on you from the balcony?
From the time that we moved in.
Really?
Yes.
Did you
yes.
ever have a confrontation with? I mean, like the first, like you said, you knew her well enough at the point that your ceiling was flooding that she was odd. But had you had a confrontation with her that said, you know what, let's not do that again?
Previous to that, yes, because she spit on my brother when he was helping me move my furniture in.
You should have known that. You should.
Outside, and she would exclaim that we all needed to be quiet because Elvis was taking a nap.
Was Elvis her kind of default for everything going on in the world?
I don't know. I think she lived with Elvis.
Was Elvis like a cat or a dog?
Yeah.
I mean, is there a better explanation for this?
No, there was no cat or dog. It was Elvis.
Her burning hunk of love.
It just sounds insane.
He was the cause of everything, I guess. I don't know. But it was really, really horrible to have all the water cascading down in the apartment.
Yep, I've had it happen to my home.
Yeah, I've had it twice. One time the kids, they disconnected the washer from the wall. We did not know. It's where they'd hidden for a hide-and-go-seek. So we have no idea that that's the case. So we run the washer and realize, okay, this is what's going on. But another time it was the hose for outside. It's during the summer, so I've been out there like watering plants and all this kind of crap. It was leaking into the basement, but we didn't know. And my son's computer used to be down there. And kids being kids, they see things, they interpret it literally. So he came outside and said, Dad, the computer is flooding, which just made no sense to me. So, and as a dad, I'm just kind of mildly irritated. Like, what do you mean the computer's flooding? What does that mean? And so we'll come inside and look. And I thought for sure it'd be something on the screen, you know what I mean? And I went in and I'm like, holy S. It's like 3 inches of water on the floor. Had to pick up the hard drive before it flooded out. Luckily, we saved that. But in his mind, the computer itself was flooding, and I realized it's coming from the hose outside. The good news is this happened on a Sunday, so when you call the plumber, it just costs a little more. I'm like, you couldn't just do that tomorrow.
I could have saved my home. When my dad fell into the pedestal of the toilet and knocked the back off of it, he wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, mass. What? Toilet's flooding. Are you kidding me? I'm still,
I like who says the toilet's flooded, not I broke your toilet.
Yeah. So I go in there, and the back is gone. It's like in 2 huge chunks. So I go to turn off the water, and at the toilet, and it's stripped. I'm spinning this thing, and I'm like, oh my God in heaven, it's stripped. Jesus, this is a new house. So I run downstairs, 3 stories down into the garage. I find the water main, which I remember it on a walkthrough on like the inspection.
But you don't remember after that.
I don't remember where it is after that. Exactly. I finally find it in a corner behind boxes that I'd stacked up, conveniently enough, yanking those things out of there. In the meantime, water is pouring down all of the ceiling lights that are...
Yeah, all the recessed lighting.
All the recessed lighting. It's pouring down the steps. I mean, it's a flood. And even when I finally turned that damn thing off, the water's still coming down because it's still in the pipes.
Yeah.
And I get up there. So when the plumber comes to just fix the toilet first, I said, man, I told you this thing is stripped. Look at this. Zzz. And he's like, oh, dude, it's a push pull. And I'm like, a push pull? Never heard of a push pull before.
And you never tried that even once?
No.
You just spun it?
No, that's the only thing I know. It's a knob. It looks like the same one you
Sure.
twist.
No, I know what you're saying. I get it.
A push pull my ass. I'm like, are you kidding me?
How long did you spin that thing before you ran down to the garage?
As soon as I knew it was stripped, I knew I had to go down there. And
Knew. That's in quotes.
Yeah. But the thing was that I had hardwood floors on the second floor of this place. And there was so much water that it bowed up the individual slats.
Yep.
And I had to have someone come in there and totally resand that entire floor so it would be flat again because it was all warped up. So I just spent like 5 days in a hotel, like down here at South Lake Union.
Yeah.
You know, with the wife until we could get back in there because they have to sand it. Then they have to, put the shellac on there and all that crap.
And it's not even all that. It's also moving all of your furniture out of the room. Right. All the stuff.
And then worrying about mold on the inside of everything else. We had to blow fans the entire time. You walked in there, it looked like E.T.
Yeah,
it really did.
exactly.
Plastic everywhere, fans blowing crap.
It happened in an apartment building I was in. And like it had flooded down. So that condo building I lived in Belltown.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was almost to the end, but there was somebody on the other side. And same thing. Some dude just went on vacation and left something on. Oh. But I mean, it had dripped through like 3 floors. And I mean, that destroyed some of those condos.
Oh, yeah.
And then the apartment building I was in over here, something happened, same thing had flooded. And again, I lucked out. But there was fans in that hallway for weeks.
Yeah.
Just trying to dry stuff out.
I told you, man, I was a teenager when this happened, and they owned the home, but it's one of these old Baltimore brownstones, and we're in the living room, all plaster ceilings, and the ceiling kind of cracked, which is not unusual for plaster, but like it cracked real time. And so we all backed away because we had the presence of mind to know. It's not like drywall. This stuff comes down in chunks. It's heavy, blah, blah, blah. So it cracks.
It's basically like concrete.
Yeah. And like you hear it, we see it, we're like, what the hell? So everyone backs away. And dude's mom was taking a bath, man. And I mean, it's one of those old claw tooth baths. God damn it, it's not funny, but it was funny. And this bathtub just drops out of the ceiling with her in it, man, and slams to the living room floor. And it's all, I mean, they're busted up beyond repair, but like this thing hits, and she'd been sitting in the bath with her arms hanging over each side of the tub. So like
as one was?
Yeah, it messed up her shoulders, the whole nine. But I remember when the thing came crashing down, because you can't believe what you're seeing. Because like you saw one of the claw feet kind of come through first. And we're like, that can't be. And then the time it takes you to say the bathtub. I mean, this thing, it's on its way down. It's like 13-foot ceiling. God damn, I'm really trying not to laugh. Because she looked like Big Shirley, his mom, from What's Happening.
Oh, Jesus.
She really did, right? So this thing slams into the floor. But the thing I remember most, like she's screaming because she's in pain more than anything else. But the water all kind of like landed back in the tub. It splashed back.
Right.
But like she landed before the water did. So it's almost like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Here comes Big Mama, because she was a big girl. That thing slams into the floor, and we're like, oh, my God. And then the water comes down and kind of recovers her. You know what I mean? And it's just like
Flashdance.
Oh, my God. Like, are you okay, man? She wasn't. But, yeah.
What is the craziest thing that has happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Randall. Welcome to the men's room.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Hola. Doing well, man.
Okay, so my story is yesterday I was sitting on my bed chilling, just reading a book, and I just hear this loud thud. I go outside. There's a Ford Ranger just stuck in my garden bed, hit my house. I come outside. He sees me and just drives off.
What?
Yep.
How
That's
bad?
what I was thinking.
How bad was your house damage?
It was thankfully not. He hit the one pole that he shouldn't have hit it, and he dented his bed.
And now, do you own this home?
Yeah, I live with my mother. Yeah.
Okay.
It was bad.
Is there anyone that has a Ring camera in the area? Is there any way that you can maybe find a local store that's got surveillance or anything like that?
No. We live on a main road.
Well, you should be able to find something.
This wasn't the first time this has happened, guys. There was a second time I was sitting on the porch. I was talking about my sister. I was smoking a cigarette, chilling, and this lady just drifts out and just hits another pole by my house. Right, she hit the other garden bed.
Do you live by like a turn?
Yes. People are terrible drivers, guys.
Oh, we
All
know.
right.
We
Yeah.
know.
But if we saw where your house was situated, could we easily see how this could probably happen?
I live by Forest Park, so there's like a big giant hill, and then you got the turn. It's like a 15. You're supposed to take it at 15 miles per hour. People go 40, they spin out, and then they just hit. There was 2 years ago, I saw this guy who was driving, and he just flipped over his car right in front of my house.
Gee, how many different accidents have you seen just by living there?
Dude, too many for my lifetime. Too many.
See, I'd be afraid to go to bed.
I would too.
Yeah. I'm always thankful, though, because I just got to run out as soon as I hear it, check on the guy, and all the time they've been okay. They've been okay. I'm thankful for that.
I tried to. I was just looking for that one story out of Oregon because I remember that the car went 100 feet. And,
Yeah.
So I Googled something, and I mean, it's like pages and pages of cars driving through barber shops, 7-Elevens, homes. Like
Without
these are all within like the last week.
Dude, my grandfather did it in D.C.
He drove into something?
Yeah, same thing. So think of like it's a busy street, right?
Yeah.
I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's like 2 lanes. It's probably 25 or 35 miles an hour. But if you grew up in like Northeast DC, like people cruise down this road all the time, Queens Chapel.
All right.
So he's coming around this turn. I mean, I'll be dead honest with you. This was so long ago. He did not call us. We saw it on the news.
Oh, Jesus.
So like he's coming around this curve, and I think he just didn't stop. Somehow his car hit another car, kind of like that. That truck lifted up. And these people on the curve, they had built in a little like brick wall because
that
had happened. And his car smashed into that. It was all over the news. We were like, I can remember my dad being like, I think that's my dad's car. And then they're like, Philip Smith Sr.
Yeah, we lived in upstate New York. And I've told this before. There weren't a lot of busy roads where we lived, but if there was going to be, quote unquote, heavy traffic for this area, these are the roads you took. But they came to a 3-point intersection. But there was someone's house where their driveway lined up where if you didn't know, it looked like a 4-way intersection. And 3 times a year, every year, we're driving back from the grocery store and there's the fire department, there's the police, there's an ambulance. Somebody blew through the stop sign and basically crashed into his garage. Keep in mind, his garage was at the end of the driveway. So even if you thought it was a street, you would at least ask yourself, that's a strange place to put a garage. But it was this freaking driveway, but it was just lined up exactly perfect with this 3-way intersection. So this went on for about 3 years. And in the wintertime, it was really bad because it gets super dark early, ice cold, always covered in ice. People just couldn't stop. This guy's garage was demolished all the time. So finally, about a year later, he had to pay the money and had his entire driveway just reconfigured.
All right.
So that it wasn't lined up. My father goes, I don't know how long this guy's lived here, but he finally made the right decision. I mean, people plowed into his house constantly.
I did like a half year of shop and a half year of home ec in high school.
Yep.
So the home ec assignment was, I don't know what day it was, but we're all going to make something from scratch and make it, because they had kitchenettes. They had like little kitchen stations.
Yeah.
They also had places where you could like iron stuff, sewing machines, and all these things in this big room. But I think me and my buddy were going to make, or the girl I was working with, we were going to make breakfast. So our deal was we were going to make pancakes or something like that, and eggs, scrambled eggs, whatever the deal was. My buddy Jeff, he had this huge-ass sassafras tree in his front yard. And it was very rare. I mean, it was one of the only ones in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Now, sassafras trees, their leaves are about the size of a baseball mitt.
Okay.
They are huge. But you can make tea with them.
Right.
So he and his family always grew up making this tea because they had this tree in their yard. Basically, you take a
Is it any good, sassafras tea?
It's great.
Really?
It's really good iced tea. But you do it like in a glass pitcher, like like Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Because you let the sun basically
bleach all the flavors out or whatever.
Yeah, you just put the big ass leaves in there. You don't like put them in a little bag or anything like that. You don't put them in a cheesecloth or anything like that. You put the leaves in the water, you set it outside, you cover it up, and within like 3 or 4 days, it's good to go. So that was going to be his project. I want to make homemade tea from the tree in my yard. Sticks this thing in the front passenger seat floor of his car. He's going around a turn. The pitcher spills over. Jeff reaches down, and when he does, he yanks the wheel. He then goes off the road and slams into a cord of wood that is stacked in between two homes. When he hits the cord of wood, kind of like Jenga, one of the middle pieces...
Just one.
One of the middle pieces in the cord shoots out, flies through the air, goes through the window of a home, over the top of a baby's crib.
Oh.
And smashes into the wall, and lands right near the changing table. The baby was not in the room, but I mean, he shot this thing straight through the window into the nursery. There's glass everywhere.
Yeah.
This is where your baby goes to sleep. There's glass all over the room. I mean, this is 7 o'clock in the morning. High school is early.
Yeah.
So I mean,
early.
this is real. So the fact that kid must have got up at 6 saved his damn life.
Because babies don't sleep.
Because he'd been covered in glass. What is the craziest thing that happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Beezus. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bitch, hola.
Hola.
Okay, so back in the day, about 30 years ago, my mom had this big, huge barn, and it had a big hayloft up in the top part of the barn, and it was really cool because like all my uncles kept all their Playboys and stuff up there.
Yeah.
So, I was really popular, so we would always go up there and I learned how to make a torch out of with hairspray and a lighter.
Oh, yeah, the good old days.
Yeah. So I was showing my buddy up the hayloft, and I was showing him this torch. I got a little too close to the hay and lit it on fire. And so we, in a panic, we rip our shirts off, and we're beating this fire out. We get it all put out, and then we gotta clean up all the burnt hay and everything. We get it all cleaned up. And 30 years later, we go rolling by that barn with my mom, and she goes, "Man, I really miss that old barn." And I go, when I was 8 years old, I almost burnt it down, showing my buddy a torch and showing my buddy how to make a torch with a lighter and a hairspray. She goes, if you would have burnt that down, I would have killed you, right? And I was like, now you know why I'm waiting 30 years.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you now.
For me to tell you.
So, Mom, if it makes you feel any better, I was just taking them up there to look at Playboys.
Yeah. And all those barns are leaning one way or another.
Oh, yeah.
Like whenever you're up there and a kid, you're like, oh, yeah, man, a friend's got a barn. You go in there. And it's amazing that a wind gust didn't blow them down.
Yeah, it's a rickety death trap.
What is the craziest thing that has happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Not because you smell like it all day. So, and then I would eat the other half a can
I
of
always
tuna.
get it in water.
But the thing is, I could only do 2 cans a day, and mostly because I had to feed the freaking cat. The cat ended up making me open more tuna than I wanted. Then I get a gig in radio. Give you an idea of how well radio pays at the time, at least. So I would still get the cans of tuna, but at that point, it was exclusively for the cat. And let me remind people again, I did not want this cat. And when you're super broke, this cat is a real strain on my resources, but also you end up loving the cat. So I'm like, man, I know I'm spending $1.79 on you a day, but that's like 3 times more than I can afford. But I worked the overnight, got off at 6 a.m., I'd walk home, and as it turns out, the Dunkin' Donuts that was between my place and work, they got rid of their old donuts from the night before, and they put up the fresh ones that were trucked in at about 6 in the morning. So by the time I got there, say 6:30, you go to the dumpster, the big black trash bags full of nothing but donuts. Nothing but donuts. And no, I never accidentally grabbed a bag of trash, just donuts. But I would get home, and I'd eat like 3 or 4 donuts. And I did that 9 months to a year. And everyone thought I was joking. They're like, you can't live on that. I'm like, well, you can because I am. I'm like, I don't have any other resources. But then when I would go to work, and this is when I got my first raise in radio. So for a couple of months, when you're working overnight, there's nobody there. And we had a vending machine. And I had no money to get anything out of the vending machine. So I would just like bum rush this thing, hit it as hard as I could. It was a giant thing. It barely moved. And while I hate Mallow cups, I mean, dude, there's Reese's in there. There's Snicker bars.
That's not what's going to fall.
That's not what falls. The only thing that would ever fall, and they always fell, were Mallow cups, dude. And I don't know if you remember them. They are disgusting. But you're starving, and there's nothing else to eat there. So I'd eat these Mallow cups. Well, a memo comes out, hey, somebody's messing with the vending machine because the money doesn't add up to the loss of inventory. About a week later, it's like, hey, whoever's loving the Mallow cups, because that's the only thing where we can't justify how many are missing versus the cost. Finally, my boss just came to me directly, and he's like, are you stealing Mallow cups out of the vending machine? And I said, look, man, I ought to be dead honest with you. I bum rush the thing. I hit it as hard as I can. And just to look on his face when you're telling him, it's like, what? I said, I don't have any money. I cannot afford anything. And I hit it, and I was like, Bill, I effing hate Mallow cups, but they drop every freaking thing. The green and white Mallow cups, I cannot, it's like eating AstroTurf with caulk in it, man. But I'm like, but that's what's there. Yeah. So that's what I eat. And so why are you doing that? I said, I cannot afford. He said, it's a vending machine. I said, right, you know what you paid me. So they gave me a 50-cent raise. Per hour. But hey, here's the thing. I would go to the vending machine, and the first time I got a Snickers bar out of the vending machine, it's not the first time I had a Snickers bar, but just getting it out of the vending machine, me paying money and just watching it drop, that was the best Snickers bar I have ever eaten in my freaking life.
We would act like we were robbing a bank at our own parents' home, make sure they were not there. We would go with bags of stuff, and my buddy,
his ass.
My buddy would... we didn't want them to know that we were stealing their food.
What I'm saying is,
like most parents are like, just take it.
No, I know, but
yeah, it's weird being a parent.
We were adults because we were going to take good stuff. All right, so like I'd grab a steak or two.
You're stealing their steak.
Oh, look, that's the difference.
Go big or go home, right? So we would have.
No, I would grill. My mom would just like, you come over and take
in
like
the front,
chips or hamburger.
Car running in the front. I know where the key is in the back, where the slider is. Got my backpack on. Tear off around there, man. Thump, 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 thump. Grab an orange juice. Grab 6 eggs. Whatever I could just stick in there.
And they never figure this out.
No.
I would look at my wife immediately and be like, "Our broke ass kids." Because like, if someone's
wouldn't you just look in there and go, "Someone ate the rest of the cheese"?
If it's just me and my wife at this point, because the kids have moved out and they are broke, as most kids are when they move out, and I know they know how to get into my home, I'd be like, and based on the food that's missing, either it's my son or my daughter. I know damn well they're breaking in.
I still had a brother and sister living at home.
Okay, that helps.
I'd cover.
That helps.
I'd cover. Like I told my sister, don't you say a word. I remember she's sitting there doing her homework. Can't just tell him, like, you be quiet, I'm starving. What do you or did you need to get through your day? 206-803-ROCK. Prilosec. Acid reflux sucks.
Oh, yeah.
I take one of those every morning.
I'm not at that point, but I pay the price on a few different things.
Shouldn't shock you with Seattle coffee. Can't remember the last time I went a full day without at least one. I drink mainly, though, decaf, so I'm not constantly shaking high, but just like the taste and experience of a hearty hot drink.
All right.
Nicotine, Metamucil, I'll agree with that on you. I take one every night before I go to bed.
All right.
If I don't, my life is miserable. Espresso, the start of the day, or I'll have a headache. Vitamin D, magnesium, fish oil, and vitamin B.
Is that all one person?
Yes.
Damn. All right.
It's sad, but I can't spend a day without my phone. All right.
Yeah, a lot of people are that way.
Working out, that's somewhere I need to get. Making the bed. Always have to make the bed. It's just part of what I have to do every day. So simple, but I know that's not maybe what you're not looking for. But that's exactly
what do you need to do to be comfortable to get through your day? If it's making your bed, cool.
Stretching every morning.
Yeah, well, I can't help but do that.
My Xbox, masturbating, and walking my dogs.
Every day?
You don't masturbate every day?
Not every day.
What's your weekly total?
Well, for Lent, I've been trying to stay away from it.
Oh, really? That's But if you don't do it every day, I would think that'd be an easier, not necessarily easy, but an easier one to achieve. I try to at least punch the clown at least once a day, man.
Could you call in bullpen relief or anything, man? Do you have a?
Yeah, I was just trying to not do it myself. We've slipped up a couple times.
I get it. I did it by accident, man.
Well, yeah.
I mean, how do you slip up and masturbate? I mean, just like either you're consciously doing it or you're not. You know?
Well, I'm just saying it slipped up and then I made the decision to, and I shouldn't have.
Right, just mentally.
What was the trigger?
Oh, it had to be something.
I know it had to be something. You saw something. Oh my God!
TV commercial. You're like,
no. Honestly, I just was hungover. I was hungover. I had watched soccer at my buddy's house in the morning.
That's a sad masturbate story.
And then when I was
all sweaty and tired.
No, I drove home and I don't know why. I looked at my buddy. He goes, "What are you gonna do the rest of the day?" I go, "I don't know. Take a nap. Might break the fast." And he goes, "What?" I go, "Err." He said, "Jesus, you don't have to tell me." I go, "I don't know why I told you." I go, "But
that's out of the bag now."
Well, I was gonna take a nap. It's gonna have a big Sunday.
Just being honest.
Do you take a nap first?
No, after.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that gets you to nap time.
When you said the order, you said take a nap to masturbate. And I thought that was awful.
Look, if you ever wake up at 2:30 in the morning or 3:30 and you can't go back to bed, that's a surefire way to get back to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, generally, it's much. God damn it! I shouldn't go down this path. Sometimes I would say in the fall it's tougher.
Football.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to
wait till after Red Zone.
Well, no, just sometimes you're watching games and it.
The urge hits?
Yeah, crowd shot.
I don't know.
Those Carl's Jr.'s commercial come on there.
Yeah, before you know it, you're getting all fired up. It's halftime.
Ordering food. Knock on your door in the middle of it. What do you or did you need to get through your day? 206-803-ROB.
Well, most places now have like a little timer, so you can see how close they are. So you kind of time it out.
Like your Uber guy.
Pick up the pace.
Right.
Why are you sweating?
God damn, I don't think you'd be in this quake.
I mean, look, I think we've all been there when you have a neighbor or somebody knock on the door and you kind of open the door like, hello. Right. Like your hips are completely moved away. I'm fine. Yes. I always stand like this. What can I do you for?
It's like the pose you do when you give a hug to a female family member.
Right.
Yeah, we can't get close, but here you go.
All right.
Did you just masturbate? Why are you standing like that? I'll start calling people out. Why are you standing like that, man? You just punch clown?
Why do you have headphones in? I was working out here.
Right. Like you said with your dad. Why are you so sweaty?
God, that was awful.
It
took him a minute to open the door.
Oh, you know what's going on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just saying hi, Dad.
Hello, Cheyenne. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola.
So, honestly, what I need to get through the day is at least one energy drink, which isn't the best habit, but at least I do the zero sugar. So
I don't think it's the sugar as much as it is like the taurine and other things
and everything. Like I never hear them say, "Hey, man, don't drink energy drinks." All the sugar, like that does. They're like the best thing in your freaking energy drink might be the sugar.
The shenanigans continue. This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Mike, I had the story at headlines. A Cincinnati woman who's lived in her apartment for less than a month said a raccoon has been using a hole in the roof to invade her home every day for over a week. Alexis Hubbard said she first started hearing unusual noises in her ceiling on February 20th. And on March 1st, she captured video of the intruding raccoon entering her apartment through a hole in the kitchen cupboard.
Why didn't you repair the hole?
She said the raccoon has since been entering her home every single day, often bringing in trash from outside and pooping on the floor in the living room. She said the animal is apparently getting into the building through that hole in a roof and then working its way down. She is especially concerned for her son, who has cerebral palsy. He can't walk. His main method of transportation is crawling. He's not able to go around on his own at all because it's unsafe. I don't know what kind of biohazards are now on the floor. She said the landlord did place a trap for the raccoon Thursday night, and authorities in Virginia recently identified another raccoon as the perpetrator in a string of break-ins at a strip mall in Hanover. This is the same town.
Is it a break-in if it's a raccoon?
Where the raccoon was found passed out drunk on the bathroom floor at ABC Liquors. Same neighborhood. Same neighborhood for these raccoons.
I'm kind of liking these raccoons. I like how the landlord says, you know what, I'm going to set a trap. I'd be like, how about patch the hole?
Yeah. Before the raccoon got drunk and broke into the ABC Liquors, it had also broke into a neighboring karate studio and the DMV office.
It broke into a karate studio.
That's exactly right.
Can't be too careful out there on the streets, Miles.
Karate raccoon.
Kung Fu raccoon.
There's always one in every neighborhood.
I'd go see that movie.
Did you ever see Kung Fu Panda?
No.
I saw the first one.
Was it good?
This is Kung Fu Trash Panda.
This was Kung Fu Trash Panda. It was a while ago. I didn't hate it.
I feel like Kung Fu Trash Panda is like a little more adult. It's a cartoon, but it's like rated R, and he's drunk a lot.
Well, yeah, if it's based on this guy's life story, yeah, he's hammered.
And we call him Trash Panda, not Raccoon.
Yeah.
What is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Daniel. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola. So, I've been listening to you guys forever. Thank you for all the music.
Oh, thank you for listening, man.
We appreciate it.
And what happened at my home was one night about 11:30 at night. At that time, he was about 9-year-old son came up. I'm a pretty light sleeper. He came up and said, "Hey, Dad." And I didn't wake up yet, and he kind of slapped me in the face. I woke up and said, "What do you need? You know, what's bothering you?" He goes, "Well, can I sleep with you and Mom?" And I go, "You're a little bit big to sleep with me and Mom, and you kick. So it doesn't feel good. So what's the problem?" He goes, "Well, there's a man outside my window, and he's naked."
What?
Okay.
And I went, "Really?" And at that time, my wife was awake. And she goes, you need to go look. And I go, you think? So I turned on the back porch lights, and there's a guy in the backyard, and he's naked. I got a fence all the way around my house. So I'm going, "What are you doing?" To this guy. I told my wife, call 911, call the police. And I said, "What are you doing?" He didn't say nothing. He proceeded to walk across the yard. I told my son, "Don't go outside. Don't open any doors. Don't do anything. Just stay here." And this time now he's got a tension on him. And he starts going next door to the house next door. He jumped the fence, but he's still naked, obviously.
What kind of fence do you have? Just because in my mind, I'm trying to think, what's the safest fence for me to climb over naked?
Well, it was a cedar wood fence at that time. Now I have chain link.
Okay.
And it's a lot taller. So I think I got chain link because of that. So then he went over to my neighbor's, and my neighbor's house, he has real little kids, and he went and got his shotgun out and turned on the lights and said, "What the heck?" 911 did that stuff. By that time, all our back porch lights are on. Everybody's got their lights on. I got big spotlights that shine in the backyard. And we're going, "What are you doing?" And he's not talking to anybody. And he's just walking through the yard naked. He had no clothes on, nothing, just swinging in the wind. And everybody's going, "Oh, my God." And then he made the mistake.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
You still there?
Made the mistake of jumping over the next neighbor's yard. And the next neighbor has like 4 or 5 big breed dogs. And he bit into him.
Oh, they bit him?
Real quick. Oh, yeah, they bit him. They bit him a lot.
How bad? He kept going?
He kept going. And they chased to the fence, and there was something scaling over the back fence. And by that time, then the police showed up. And he said he just went over the back fence that way. And then the police came along and caught him on the other street. And I guess he was released from a funny farm or something.
Oh.
Did they not release him with clothes?
I don't know. I think they released him and he took his clothes off.
But he didn't, other than being naked in your yard and being mauled by dogs and continuing on, he didn't do anything else. He's just walking.
No, he was just standing out people's windows, staring in their windows, standing there naked. I'm just glad my son's window was locked.
Yeah.
I don't know what could have happened if he would have come through the screen.
Did that traumatize him for a while, your son?
Oh, yeah, he slept upstairs for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't blame him. You're 9 years old.
Downstairs anymore.
I'm 57. I would too.
Yeah.
I'm switching where I sleep, man. That is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, we moved him upstairs and put him in the computer room and moved the computer room downstairs to his old room. And then put him upstairs and changed his bed and did all that stuff and moved it upstairs. And then we had to worry about my daughter because my daughter in the other room downstairs. So then she said, "Well, I don't want to sleep upstairs." So for a while, she slept upstairs in the living room by the fireplace.
You should have told her, look, man, we're not playing favorites. It's just about which one of you saw the naked man in the yard first.
How close were you to this mental facility?
Thank you.
I don't think there's any mental facilities around where I live.
Oh.
That's why it There's no mental facilities that I know of that exist where I live.
Well, that's the thing.
All right, so like it shouldn't theoretically it shouldn't happen again.
No, it shouldn't happen again.
Was he screaming or anything when he was being attacked by these dogs?
Oh yeah, he was saying stuff. He was going screaming out and going ow. But the dogs they bit him 4 or 5 times.
So it's not that he was nonverbal. Because I was thinking, like, look, if you're in a drug-induced coma, maybe you can take that trauma. It's going to hurt a little bit.
No, wait, did he run away from the dogs, or did he just suffer their bites and then just keep going on?
He just kept going on. He didn't run. He just walked. That's why I'm looking at this guy. I can see him across the 2 yards, and I'm watching him because I'm on my balcony. He's up on the second floor. So I can see him all the way, and he's just casually walking away while he's being bit. I'm going, this guy's on something.
See, that would be my thought.
Or he's just that far out there that I will say credit to your son. Because, I mean, I get your point being like, yeah, come on, man. Like, you're a little old for this. There's a naked guy outside my window.
Okay, on it.
It's like, all right, you have a good reason to be up here.
But see, only a 9-year-old begins the conversation with, can I sleep in your bed? Anyone else would be like, there is a naked man outside of my window. Yeah. Not a 9-year-old. Hey, man, I don't want to cause any problems. Nothing like that.
He can stay out there.
He can stay where he is. Can I sleep with you?
That's another good point.
I mean, that's what, hey, start
like
with the
adults
headline.
would lead with, there's a naked dude outside my window.
Absolutely.
What is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
I'm picturing full-grown adults. Hey, Mike, you mind if I sleep in your room tonight? Why? There's a naked guy outside my window.
And I don't want to cause any problems, though. Can I move over a little?
You're a little big to be sleeping together.
Hello, Nick. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bicholas.
Hola.
Yeah, so when I was 5, my mom's car we were living at my grandma's, and my mom's car was parked in the carport, and it just blew up in the middle of the night.
The car did?
Yeah.
Like, it literally exploded?
Yeah, it exploded.
Does anyone know why that is?
I'm not entirely sure, but at the time, my dad was on trial for conspiracy, and I've always just assumed it was a warning.
Was she a witness at the trial?
No, he was smart enough to leave her out of everything, but he sold a lot of cocaine back in the 80s, and his whole ring got in a lot of trouble, and from what I understand, he was about to cooperate, and then he decided he wasn't going to cooperate.
And then the car exploded overnight?
It exploded in the middle of the night, yeah.
So obviously you call the cops and all that kind of thing, and they didn't offer any kind of follow-up like, hey, this is what we think it is?
I mean, I was 5. I don't know.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Did your dad, did he get all that stuff cleared up, I guess?
Yeah, he got a 30-year sentence and ended up getting out about a decade ago, but...
Have you talked to him at all?
Oh yeah, I'm in. He's part of my life sort of now. But
okay, well, I mean,
did you ask him about the car? Like, hey, quick side note, just curious. You know anything about the explosion of Mom's car?
Yeah, he says he doesn't know anything about it, but
well, he probably has an idea. He just doesn't know who did it.
I got to imagine. Yeah.
Did it set your house on fire?
No, it was an open air carport, and she was kind of parked far enough that the fire department got it out before it spread to the house. But
do you remember what kind of car it was?
Oh God, it was a Buick.
Okay,
I would say if it was a Pinto, it could have just happened.
Could have been a Firebird.
Yeah.
Not a Firebird.
Okay.
That would have been a better story.
Or a Fiero.
Damn, that's terrible. I think I'd rather deal with the naked guy.
What is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Yeah, at least the naked guy, you can assess the risk.
Well, you can assess the risk. And, like, it's not a warning. It's just a crazy naked guy. Someone blows up my car, and my thought is this is a warning. I don't know what other warnings might be coming my way.
If I have an electric car, maybe I figure there's maybe a battery fire or something like that. But
yeah.
Not just a gasoline car blowing up that's not engaged.
Correct. That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah. And is it a warning? Or you just go off Like, when was it supposed to go off?
See, that would be my question. Like I said, naked guy, I'm like, it's a naked dude. All right.
It is a warning because it wasn't attached to the home. So if that would have been like a carport.
No, but
like
Ted's saying, like, was it supposed to go off, say, 6 hours earlier? Yeah. Like,
I'm just thinking about like the movie Casino, right?
All right.
They try to kill him and firebomb his car, but remember, it's like, he had this, and that movie's obviously based fictionally.
Yeah.
But it had like a steel plate underneath his seat, and they're like, it's the only way he survived. So it's like, I don't. It's not an exact science. Like, is that a warning? Unfortunately, or like,
are they actually trying to kill me?
Yeah, like I'm with you. That is much more scarier than naked guy outside the window.
What is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
By the way, Ted, if I'm ever going to send you a warning, I'm going to send a naked guy outside your window. Yeah, I'm not going to blow up your car. It's just a naked dude. Just you, Ted.
Yeah,
I'm naked. I'm staying here all night. Sweet dreams, buddy.
Yeah, step into the house, naked guy.
Hello, Ryan. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola, picholas. So, my ex and I, we had a house next to SeaTac. You know, friends would come over, park their car, and fly out.
Sure.
My ex, she had a girlfriend. They worked together at a restaurant down in the South Center area, you know, it's close by. Well, she was flying out. She came and spent the night. She's flying out the next morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. My ex is in the shower. I'm dead asleep. Her friend's sleeping on the couch. And my German Shepherd's like, you know, really good dog. She's whining and poking me with her nose. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Walk out in the living room, and here's my ex's friend on the couch going into convulsions.
Wow.
And, yeah, you know, seizures and stuff. And I don't know what the hell to do. You know, you roll them over and tip their head sideways so they don't choke on their tongue or whatever.
Yep, that's correct.
So, and I've never to give mouth-to-mouth before. I'm, like, freaking out. She's spitting at me, and I'm like, what the hell? And now the next wife's out of the shower, so she's calling 911, and thank God they got there quick enough to where they could take care of her. But
was she epileptic?
Yeah, well, evidently, I didn't know her that well.
Yeah, all right.
So I should have put the strobe light in the living room.
Yeah. Well, that's
shit.
Once again, bedroom callers, here are the 7 words you can't say on the radio. Sucker, mother, and please keep those words in mind when calling. Now, back to the program.
Now, when that happened to my kid, I did not know that my daughter was an epileptic.
How old was she when you discovered this?
Oh, God, 11, 12 years old.
Okay.
And the problem was that she was in the top bunk bed.
Right.
With this little rinkety ladder. Now, at this point in time, she is not a little girl anymore. You know,
she's 11.
She's past the age of being able to pick up. But I had to get her ass down that ladder, you know, and still be able to hold on and hold her like a fireman carry.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't that high, I still had to drag her ass out of there. And I didn't know what the hell was going on. I did not know. I knew she was having a seizure.
Sure.
I knew something was going on. But beyond that, I didn't know, like, why is she having these convulsions? Why she seemed like she's like in a cardiac arrest? It was just, if you'd have known that beforehand, you go, she's
prepared
she's having
to
a
deal.
seizure. I understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Correct.
But at the time, I also didn't know when that happens that you expunge everything from the front and the back side.
Yeah.
So as I'm fireman carrying her down the ladder, it's coming out both sides. And I mean, I've got, you know, her ass on my shoulder.
But I would think at that point,
it's just like, Jesus Christ, man.
Minimal thing. But yeah,
I was freaking the hell out.
Our neighbor, when I lived in Denver, I'm like 8 years old. We did not know he had epilepsy. I don't know if the guy's wife knew or not, but I remember the phone rings. You still have the house line. So when the phone rings, it rings in like all 4 rooms that there's a phone. So my brother and I wake up, and I can't understand my father's words, but I can tell like some S's hit the fan. I mean, he is up. He's out of the bedroom. My mother's right behind him, and they run to the neighbor's house. So outside of my bedroom window, clear line of sight to the neighbor's house, we see them disappear in. Still don't know what's going on. They had 3 little kids. They had 2 daughters and a real young son at that point. They're just standing out front looking distressed. My brother and I, we just don't know what to do. So we're focusing on the house. Ambulance finally shows up, whatever, and we see the father of the house is now being taken out on a stretcher, still alive. Same thing. He had an epileptic seizure. But we didn't know, and I don't know that my brother and I even knew what epilepsy was at that age. But we're kind of awake. Everyone's adrenaline is going, and my parents come back. And so my parents are trying to explain to me and my brother what was going on. And this is pre-911, right? So the neighbor called us because we're the closest, because she needs help. Then you call the ambulance because they're going to take longer to get there, kind of thing. And it was all about making sure he doesn't choke on his tongue and all this. He was a bigger dude, okay? So the whole thing was, roll him over so he doesn't choke on the tongue. The wife couldn't do it herself. That's when my dad pops in. So they're telling us this stuff, and we were pretty close to this family. So my brother and I are kind of in distress. I can tell my dad's, just kind of upset about the situation. And but my mother just has a slightly different look on her face. She's upset, but there's just something more. So when we finally asked her, we're like, Mom, what's wrong? She's like, I didn't know he slept naked. So she's like, he's flailing around the bed. And she has to like flop on top of the very big, pasty dude, man. And she's like, guys, his penis was out. And like you're saying, like he's pooping, he's peeing. All this stuff's going on. While my father's trying to be deadly serious, and help this guy out. And she's like, I'm laying on top of him with his wife. And she's like, there's just stuff everywhere. And I'm like, he sleeps naked? She's like, yes. And she just could not get the image out of her head, man. That's what she took away from the neighbor.
White wangin'.
Yeah. And he was such a big dude, man. I'm just like, ew. It really stuck with her. It's like, oh.
That's what it looks
How
like.
was it afterwards?
He was back home later that day. I mean, basically, we had school. I don't think his kids went. But when we got home, he's back. He had like the rest of the week off or whatever. And you wouldn't know that anything happened. He was just like, hey, sorry if I woke you guys up. But as he's telling us this, me and my brother were like, hey, we're just glad you're okay. Whatever it was. Yeah. He's like, I'm fine, medication, blah, blah, blah. But all I could think is, my mom saw his penis, but I'm not going to say that to him. But she was so disgusted that in spite of this, like, 911 level emergency, she's just like, listen, you ever seen a big, pasty dude's penis while he's pooping?
Yeah.
It's like, I have.
But that was the
while
only
he's thrashing in the bed.
You know for a fact that's the only naked white penis she's seen in person.
I don't know that as a fact.
Oh, come on. Your parents dated early. There's no way.
That doesn't mean anything.
That's the only white wang she's ever seen.
It doesn't mean they're each other's first.
And I don't think that helps his mom at all.
No, he didn't do.
There's no like silver lining other than the guy lived.
Right.
That's the silver lining here.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna be a porn thumbnail.
What is the craziest thing that has happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Migs Show.
Do you ever fall down the rabbit hole?
But how many, you said at least one, but if it were up to you, how many would you actually drink in a day?
Probably two. It depends on what I'm doing too, because I do have a podcast now, so I go around doing interviews. But like, it just depends on no more than two, and usually just one.
All right. Here's what made me stop. I used to have one every single day. And the guy that cut me off, believe it or not, was my dentist. I went in to get my teeth cleaned, nothing big, and he goes, man, I got to ask you, what have you been doing differently lately? Because your enamel is really starting to come off your teeth quickly. And I was like, what do you mean what I've been doing? And he's like, food, drinking, smoking, what are you doing? You're like, what are you doing to your mouth? He's like, you're using a different mouthwash. What's the deal? And I was like, man, coffee, and then I'll have energy drink in the afternoon. Because he asked me what I was drinking. He's like, bingo, He's like, that is taking the enamel off your teeth.
Really?
And then when I stopped and went back in there, he's like, you're much better now.
Damn.
So that was the reason.
I have nothing against energy drinks because, like, to me, what I hear is liquid cocaine. Like, and I don't like the taste.
Well,
so
you know,
that prevented me from drinking them because they don't taste good. And then also,
I don't think the 5-hour energies have that same chemical component.
I don't know.
So, like, you could probably just shoot one of those if you want to get a quick boost,
but
not ruin your teeth.
Yeah, I never got energy. I just got shaky. You know what I mean? So, like, if I were tired and I'm like, you know what, I'm going to guzzle this energy drink. Like, my brain feels like it's vibrating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still tired. Right? Okay. So, and I just don't like the taste.
I mean, I liked them. I used to drink them here and there, but I don't know. You read all this bad stuff. It's like, I already do enough bad stuff. I don't need to. I don't need to add energy drinks.
That is true. Like, my habits are not the best, and like I said, I don't like the taste enough to introduce that also to everything else in my body. My kid, so now he plays volleyball and all this, and he'll try to convince me, you know, I need energy drinks. So I'm like, brother, there's a lot of different ways to get energy. I'm not buying it for you. So during the tournament, I will let him have one. And he's pretty good about it. And when he gets this thing, I don't know, it's like finding the Holy Grail. I mean, he holds it for a second, just stares at it, takes it down.
Has he ever had one before? At this point?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, if it's a tournament, if it's tournament day, I let him have one before the tournament starts because I can see, like, he's kind of wired and losing his mind, but very active on the floor. He's very good at his sport in that case. But otherwise, and he doesn't even really ask about it now. So now he has some kind of nasty ass protein bars that he swears he needs. But over the weekend, this is what he told me. Takes himself to bed a little bit early. I'm like, all right, man. Good night. And he's like, well, do you know why I'm going to bed early, Dad? I said, I don't. It's like I need at least 8 hours of sleep. Otherwise, my T levels would drop. I said, you were 13.
Wow.
You have probably more testosterone going on in your body than
you're not even close. Just wait.
Look, man, you hear whatever or you read whatever. So now he's concerned about his testosterone levels. I'm like, at 13. Okay. But he's like, well, hey, man, 8 hours of sleep, and they stay the same. I said, well, also you need 8 hours of sleep because you're 13, and that's a good amount of sleep to get, aside from your testosterone. So after he goes to this, he then looks at me and he goes, what is good testosterone? I said, so you don't even know what this is, but you're worried about losing it. He's like, well, it's something with dudes. I said, well, women tend to lead estrogen, guys lead testosterone, right? These are the things that kind of make us who we are. And I said, good testosterone? It's just good testosterone. He's like, well, what's good? I said, either you have high or you have low. If it is neither of those, then you have good.
Good.
I don't know what the exact count is. I don't know what the science is, man. But I said, I promise you, at 13 years old, playing all the sports you play, you're fine. I know you just read something, so here you are. But I'm like, don't only sleep. So even last night, took himself to bed a little bit later. It's like, I'm only going to get about 7.5 hours tonight. I'm like, I think you'll be okay. But I like the idea.
Who puts this crap in kids' heads?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Well,
because
I mean,
in the end,
testosterone. I mean, that thing's just everywhere.
Right, but every TV commercial, all this crap, all the pop-up ads. But if he wants to get 8 hours of sleep, I'm like, cool. Because when I was 13, I wanted about 2 hours of sleep. You know, I want to go to bed late, all that kind of thing. So I'm like, hey, whatever his motivation to get 8 hours of sleep on his own, and he's going to come to me and tell me that, I'm like, brother, I don't care if you're worried because you think Freddy Krueger's going to come in and kill you. Like, you want to get 8 hours of sleep? Get 8 hours of sleep.
I cannot believe the amount of pills that I need to take now every day. That's the one thing as you get older where you're like, my doctor said I was B12 deficient.
What does B12 do?
Great, exactly.
But can you explain that to us?
I don't. But that was one thing he said that I needed. He's like, you're low, really. You're B12. I'm like, all right. And the other thing was the cholesterol medication. What is that? Like Crestor or something like that.
Yeah, that's one of them.
But that's important. That's medically important as far as.
But they didn't tell you the problem of not having it. I just Googled it. So they just said, you need this, but we're not going to tell you why. Turns out it's an important thing.
Okay,
right?
Why?
So the B12 vitamin, cobalamin, whatever, it's an essential nutrient that supports nerve cell function, produces DNA, and forms healthy red blood cells. And that's great.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if you're a doctor, just add, like most doctors, they'll tell you whatever situation you're in, and they say the Latin version. And then they reframe it for you to understand. You have migraines, right? But that's not what they call it. They call it something else. Same thing with that. If you tell me I'm low in B12 and do not tell me why it's important, and this is just me, my brain blocks it out.
Then they told me I need to take an omega-3 for cholesterol as well.
I've heard that.
So then I'm going to take a vitamin D because I live here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I take a probiotic because he said my stomach is a little bit upset and gets messed up.
What does a probiotic do? Is that like the good gut?
Yeah, it's kind of like the equivalent of not having to eat yogurt.
Have you asked if you can get the fecal transplant? Right, because that's what that is.
I don't know. I mean, if someone wants to do that, that's fine. But, just give me a warning for it.
Yeah.
I don't want any surprises. Like, if you're going to put your finger there, I need to know ahead of time.
How do they do that? How do they do they just transplant it directly into your butt?
Don't they baster you?
I think it's pills.
Ew.
I think you take pills that then dissolve.
So
in
suppository.
There. I don't think it's suppository.
I think it goes up the back.
It might. Hang on.
No, I'm pretty sure.
Make sure you get it right if they give you one.
Yeah, exactly.
Doc, they dissolve pretty quick in my mouth.
Is this a rectal thermometer? Because this tastes funny.
Right, exactly. I'm just curious. What do you got, Mike?
Restore healthy gut bacteria. Procedure. Healthy donor stool is processed, filtered, and often frozen to create a liquid mixture.
Oh.
It's introduced into the patient's colon, typically via a colonoscopy.
All right. Okay. Now we're talking.
Well, they're still putting it on the backside.
But sometimes through an upper endoscopy, sigmoidoscopy, or enema.
Okay.
So they're going right in the back door.
And here you are sitting there saying, I think it's a pill. Hey, Doc, just pour the liquid in the glass. Let me do a shot with a beer.
There's a reason I'm a producer of a radio show, not a doctor, Steve.
Good God, man. I'd be so mad.
Just take this concoction.
When I got my
come back into Mr. Hill, just to follow up, you were here 6 weeks ago. Turns out that medication you've been taking, not oral.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be suppository. My bad. I apologize.
When I get my hemorrhoidectomy, I'd have to bend over and look in a mirror and just try to find it and then push the pills up in there.
Wait a minute. Did you have to get a different
You don't want to
mirror?
ask a friend to do that.
No. There's no friend on earth that's going to do that.
That's the only way to take them?
Well, the ones that I needed for there. They're kind of like a soothing gel, slow release.
Could you just use your bathroom
All right, that makes
mirror?
more sense. So that's for like the treatment.
Yes.
I'm trying to think, but the angle of this, I'm thinking where my bathroom mirror is, all right? If I did this in my bathroom.
So I'm bent over like this, right? And I'm looking back like, if someone's taking me from the...
So you're not looking between your legs?
No, I'm looking back like if I was like I'm going to flip my hair like a chick, right?
Right.
And then I can see the starfish. And
do you kick one leg up or do you just...
You can do one of these.
That's what I'd have to do.
You have to visually aim, Miles?
KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room.
Taryn Daly, Steve Mix from the Daily Mix Morning Show coming up. We will sit and spin. Oscars are on Sunday night today. Yeah. You get 10 actors with a Billboard Top 100 hit. Those that crossed over into the world of music,
I guess.
We're going to find out. Coming up at 4:30. Right after emails on our question, what is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Kathy. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
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 So back in the 70s, probably late 70s, we were getting ready to go to a concert. We dropped a couple hits of, your favorite psychedelic. And but 2 weeks prior to this, a couple months prior to this, we had lost a couple of our snakes. We had a couple of 6-inch long corn snakes, I think they were.
You lost a couple of them?
Yeah, they disappeared out of their aquarium. They have a tendency to do that.
What kind of snakes were they?
I think they were corn snakes. They were pretty.
Okay.
They're pretty dead.
Yeah, I mean...
well, they get pretty big.
Yeah, they do. So we drop this acid, we get ready to go to the show, and we walk out. Our parking is on the side of the house, so you have to walk in front of the house. And as we're doing this, a car comes out of the school parking lot across the street from us and slides. It's snowing out. Slides, hits the pole in front of our house and knocks it into the house. It hits the house right between two of us as we're walking. So we decide, well, wait a minute, maybe we better rethink this. It's snowing. We got to go to Seattle for the show. I can't even remember the show we were going to. I know that the Grateful Dead were playing it at the Coliseum or at the Seattle Center at that same time, though. Can't miss them. So we go back in, and my friend goes into the bathroom. A couple minutes later, he comes out. He goes, "Man, you got some really strange things in your bathroom." And he holds up his hand, and he's got one of our snakes, which is almost a foot long now, attached to his hand right about the thumb area, and he's got his jaw wrapped around his hand, and he's holding up, and the snake's just wiggling around on him. So yeah, that was.
Do you think the acid affected any of this chain of events as far as just how bizarre it was?
Probably, Probably. But how often do you go into somebody's bathroom and you come out with a snake hanging off your hand?
And just for the record, this guy had taken acid too, and then he gets attacked by a snake in the bathroom.
Yes.
Do you think that's why he was so calm about it?
He was a little bit of a different sort, so who knows?
All right. Well, thank God the car slammed in front of your home into a pole, because you probably would have gotten your car and driven in the snow, and the same thing would have happened to you.
I mean, Miles.
We did drive. Matter of fact, I'm sure you guys have been in a out front of a place where the Grateful Dead are playing. It's quite the experience in itself, but that didn't happen at my house, so that wasn't part. Couldn't add that in there.
Just out of curiosity, again, I don't like snakes, but how long does a snake go missing? You just give up on it?
After about the second week.
So how long were they gone?
They've been living in our walls, evidently.
Oh, so these weren't actual pets, or were you finding them in your home and then putting them in the aquarium?
Oh no, they were pets.
All right.
And they just escaped.
They owned another one after that.
And moved into the wall. So they'd grown twice their size in the time that they were living in the wall. How long had they been missing before your tripping buddy finally had one bite in his hand?
Probably between 2 and 3 months, right in that time frame.
Okay.
We were doing acid back then. Time kind of had its own life back then.
Yeah.
No, I'm just imagining tripping on acid, getting bitten by a snake. I would be mortified.
It might be better for you, though.
Well, to be fair, that size of a snake, it's just going to latch on. They really don't have teeth. It's not going to hurt.
I don't think Ted cares.
I don't.
Yeah. They'll just open up their mouth because that's their defense.
It's a phobia. I do not like them. Yeah. That's already kind of a weird nightmare scenario that somebody's got a snake and it gets you. But I can't imagine trying to mentally prepare.
Oh, we used to pick up. we used to pick up racer snakes, black snakes. Black snakes, don't pick them up any more than 3 feet, but you can pick them up to move them off your property.
I mean, you can.
They'll latch onto your arm or whatever, but it doesn't hurt.
Look, man, people can tell me if the tarantula.
All you gotta do is pinch the sides of their eyes, man. They'll let go.
But it doesn't matter. If you're scared,
no, they're not venomous.
Take a tarantula. They'll be like, hey, man, their venom does nothing to a person. I'm like, you think my issue is with whether or not the spider is venomous?
That's the first thing you need to identify.
If it is venomous, that's a problem. Worse, but I don't care.
Especially the smaller they are. So if you pick up a smaller snake, they can't really regulate.
Right. But again, if you're scared of snakes, you don't care.
No.
Correct.
Well, Ted's not going to pick it up if he's, dude, it's non-venomous and toothless. You'd be like, cool, kill it.
I mean, I had a black snake once slide across
me too, brother.
my boot.
Where were you?
Just at my buddy's property.
Okay.
So I was like, all right, I'll let that go.
You did let that go.
Correct.
That's huge.
Yeah. But that's about it. I would be furious. Sorry. I just can't imagine, hey, we're going to a Dead show. And then the worst thing that can happen to me is you know what I mean? My mind's already telling me there's snakes around.
Right.
But I'm tripping. Now you're telling me a real one's on my hand? Pissed.
What is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803.
I don't know that I'm friends with anybody that has a snake in their home as an adult.
I knew one guy that when I was living in New Orleans, and he went out of town for a week. He asked me and the chick I was with to watch it for a week, and it was, like I said, snakes don't bother me, so it was not a problem. But we had this big-ass snake in the aquarium, terrarium, I guess, whatever. Looked like an aquarium to me. I guess you call it a terrarium if it's a snake or something living in it. They really don't do anything, other than the one time we fed it and even said, hey, you don't have to feed it. I fed it before I left. There was no chance we're not going to feed the snake to watch it feed, but we dropped this little mouse in there. And I felt bad for the mouse because we dropped it in, and I thought it'd be this quick, like it's over. We dropped the mouse in there. The mouse recognizes that it is a snake, and that there's no. So the mouse is sitting perfectly still, and it is staring at the snake. I don't even know if the mouse blinked, right? The snake kind of wakes up, flicks its tongue, so now it knows the mouse is in there. It was still 20 minutes before the snake did anything, and I'm like, oh, God, man. The mouse is very aware that the snake knows it, but the snake's kind of like, I'm going to read the morning paper first, get a cup of coffee, and then when it decided to strike, it was the fastest thing you've ever seen.
I used to pick up mice for my buddy Matt Snake because I worked pretty close to the pet store downtown. So I'd walk home, and he's like, hey, man, we need a mouse. I was like, all right. They give it to you in a little carry box.
Yeah.
Like donut holes would be in. Like with a handle on top.
Oh, yeah.
So you're walking down the street, man. This thing's like going off like popcorn in this.
Oh, yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
It's probably like you're about to feed my ass to a snake.
And by the time you get them home, they're pretty tired out, right? And the snake, and we just get stoned and watch this thing go to town. And
did it strike immediately, or did it just let the mouse?
It depends on how hungry it was. So sometimes it would just kind of check it out for a while and determine like when it wanted to eat it. Yeah. Other times it was on it just within seconds.
Yeah, this thing, I mean, it's just getting to the point where we're getting bored. I'm like, look, I'm not going to take my eyes away because I want to see this happen. But it was like, I'm feeling bad for the mouse. And then everyone's like, well, do not stick your hand in there to pull the mouse out because that's when the snake's going to lose its mind. But I mean, the snake did anything other than strike the mouse. It's almost like, hey, mouse, I'm going to F with you until you poop yourself. When you poop yourself, I'll strike. Because this mouse did not move.
Right. Like, I knew a guy, right? And we were like 19 or 20. It was one of, like, the guy was friends with, like, somebody else's family. And I liked Joe, but he had so many animals. He had the caiman. So watching that caiman put a little mouse in there was fine.
All right.
Right? But same thing. The mouse would be on, like, this little island just doing circles, and the caiman would just sit there perfectly still. And then eventually that mouse would get tired and just get too close to the edge. The caiman would eat him. But Joe also had snakes. He had, like, 5 snakes. And where he lived was a bad neighborhood, right? So, like, I grew up College Park. College Park's fine.
Yeah.
Certain parts of Greenbelt, the neighborhood over, were terrible. And I would sleep in Bernie's car, and they were like, hey, you're going to get robbed sleeping out here at night. And I was like, I'm not sleeping in a house with 5 snakes.
You slept outside in a bad neighborhood.
I can't remember the name of those apartments, but if I said them to you and you knew that area, you'd be like, Jesus, man. But like that lady, I'm convinced snakes can get out of those cages when they want.
Well, the way she said it, I don't think they did a good job. She's like, it's just something they do. I'm like, well, it's something they can do, but most people do not let them do. Like, my dog could run away from home. It's not just something it does.
Yeah, good point.
In fact, my kid, I don't think my wife was going to tell me. My son told me, so he...
did you almost lose your dog?
No. He got into his high school of choice. Congratulations. Good on you. You put in the work. Anyway, yesterday... the wife and he went down to the school so he could sign up for whatever electives and all this kind of crap. And he said, oh, man, we were gone for like 20 minutes. But when we came back, the front door was wide open. And I'm like, please continue. My wife has gotten quiet at this point. I'm like, oh, please continue. So I guess he had taken the dog out before they went down to the school. And as kids do, you just kind of push the door and assume it latched. It did not latch. So they believe the wind had blown it open. But his point was when we walked, because they're immediately like, oh, crap. Not someone broke in, but like,
where's the dog?
Where's the dog? Said the dog's just chilling on the couch. Like, don't care. No F's to give. I'm like, all right, that's a good sign. Close the goddamn door next time you take the dog out, man. Sorry.
What is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Kelly. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, guys.
Hola.
Hey, so I got a pretty crazy story. So my landlord, he owned 2 properties on Vashon Island. And I was roommates in one of the properties he lived in. So this guy, he lived in the other property. It's a big thing. You guys can look it up. It's called Murder on 87th on Vashon Island.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So anyway, we were all sitting down for dinner, all the roommates pretty much upstairs. And the guy was kind of squatting on the other property. So he kind of had a beef with him in the first place. So he invited the guy over. They lived downstairs, the landlord did. And all of a sudden we heard this pop, 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 three shots. I knew what it was right away. All the roommates were looking around. I go, that was gunshots. And so me and this one roommate, we went down there, to where the landlord lived. And dude was just opened up right in the abdomen. Just he was everywhere.
The landlord or the squatter?
The squatter.
Did he go to jail?
Yeah, he went to jail. His mom. It was a whole thing, man. His mom tried to get like scaling equipment and explosives, try to blow him out of the jail. Like it was a whole thing. Like you could write a book or like a movie about it. It was insane.
So wait a minute. After her son goes to jail for murder, she has decided she's going to help him escape by scaling the side of the prison and blowing part of it out.
Yes. They were insane. They were crazy people.
Did you know they were insane before that, or was that the moment that tipped you off?
Man, learned it was cheap rent. So, like, I was young. There was a bunch of us living together, and, like, basically he was, like, charging everybody $600, like 5 or 6 people paying his mortgage. I mean, he was a smart guy, like, smart in that way, but he got screws loose. Yeah, he was messed up.
Wow.
Get the feeling he got it from his mom.
Good times.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reading about it now.
What are they saying? How do they?
Basically, he's some of the guy that rented out the house knew this other guy, and sometimes this other guy would crash at his house.
All right.
Sounds like the guy, I don't know, woke up in his kitchen, and the guy, as he called a good friend at one point, was stabbing him.
Well, then why did he go to jail?
The guy who got shot was stabbing landlord.
Correct.
Okay.
So to me, that means self-defense.
You would think.
There's more to
speaking,
that.
Yeah, it's got to be.
What is the craziest thing that's happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, David. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
Oh, I got a weird one for you. This happened, I believe, in 83 or 84. We lived in Southern California. And my folks had gone on vacation to Acapulco, Mexico, so we were going to throw some parties and some crap like that, you know. And the house that we lived in was below grade. We had a kind of a steep driveway. At the end of the driveway, there was like a 3-foot tall concrete wall. We didn't have a garage or a carport or anything. And I had this 64 Chrysler Newport, my first car. And we were going to have that party on that weekend. On Thursday, somebody stole the car.
All right.
So the key was always in the ignition. We could never get it out.
That's about par for the course.
Yeah, it just kind of stayed in there. And I don't know if you know anything about these type of cars, but they're big, heavy boats.
I'm looking at it right now. That is a big-ass car.
It's big, exactly. So they stole this thing. It was a real popular car with us as kids because we could fit everybody in it. It was like loading up a battleship.
Say, did you have a 2-door or a 4-door? I'm looking at the 2-door. That door is to be like 137 feet long.
No, this is a 4-door.
Yeah, look at you riding in style. I dig it.
Oh boy, everybody loved it. So anyway, they stole this car on Thursday night, and then we went out. Of course, I couldn't drive, so my friends would kind of carry us around to party, different parties and that. I came back on Sunday, and it was an unbelievable scene. The fire department was there, the cops were there. This is Sunday about 9 o'clock. I'm going, what in the world is going on? And I looked over, and I see a bunch of lights up on top of the roof of the house. And lo and behold, I see the back end of my car sticking out.
From the top of your house?
From the top of the house. Oh. Somebody had stolen the car and ran it down this long driveway, jumped the wall, which was right at the roof of our house. And it ended up in the roof of the house.
So somebody stole your car, and then for reasons no one knows, they're going to return the car, but ended up jumping the wall and smashing into the house.
They're in the car.
Did they ever catch who did this?
No, they never did. Oh, it gets worse than that. The only way they could get it out is with a crane. So they brought a crane in the next morning. And I looked at the crane operator. I said, you better get this thing going because my folks are coming home from vacation. I'm going to wonder what the heck's going on here. So he goes, oh, no problem. We'll get it out of here real fast. So they hooked this thing up. They had a yellow strap and 2 shackles. And they just hooked it up from the back end. That's the only thing they could grab. So they got this thing. It came out of the roof pretty easy. The car wasn't even damaged all that bad, actually. They got the thing about 10 feet in the air. And the shackle broke.
Right back down on the house.
Right back. No, this time it went through the hole, the first hole. This time it landed in the kitchen.
Oh, no, man.
No joke. So now instead of an hour like they told us it would take to get it out initially, it took all the next day to get it out.
And I guess the house was destroyed, the car is destroyed, all of it.
Oh, the car actually survived a little bit better than the house.
So do they have to rebuild or do they repair that?
No, it had to be pretty much rebuilt. That whole end of the house did. we had to move out for almost 6 or 8 months.
Now, did your parents believe you when you explained what exactly had happened?
Well, see, at the time, we didn't have cell phones back then. Kids didn't have cell phones. So I couldn't call them down in Acapulco. So there was a report made. So the report is the only thing that saved my butt.
Yeah.
So they believed what I was saying, and it was true. So, but I'll never forget when my folks pull in the driveway, my dad gets out, he's just staring. He doesn't even know what to say. My mom goes, "My God, look at the hole in the roof." She goes, "What have you been doing?" I said, and kids are stupid back then. I said, "The hole in the roof. You got to see the hole in the kitchen." That did not go over very well.
Well, it's better that they didn't know and could enjoy their vacation because there's not much they could have done about it.
I'm so torn on that. Like, if something like that had gone down to my house and we're on vacation, like, guys, honestly, don't call me to tell me. Don't let me know.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
What's the craziest thing that happened to or at your home? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Bob. Welcome to the men's room.
Hello, Bob.
I got to turn down your radio.
Hang on. Hello, Eric. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
What's going on, guys? So it was summertime. My girl and I were sitting on the couch in the living room, and we're facing the kitchen, and the back door to the backyard is in the kitchen. And we got it open because it's hot. We don't have AC or nothing. We're just watching a movie. Lights are on. The whole TV's loud and everything. And out of nowhere, my girl starts freaking out, and she screams, "Rat!" And this New York-sized rat just strolled right in the back door of our house, walking in the kitchen, walks into the living room. So I jump up, and I'm trying to think, like, what do I do? What the heck is, like, what do I get? You know, I'm like, first thought was, like, grab my gun. And I'm like, no, not right. Not the right answer. So I ended up barricading it in the kitchen with some boxes that we had, some recycle boxes sitting by. That rat jumped over the boxes right towards me. At that time, I had a Swiffer in my hand and was able to knock it out of the air and kill it.
With a Swifter?
With a Swiffer, yeah. And I snapped the Swiffer, and I sit there for like 4 more whacks, just whacking it, making sure it's dead. But, I mean, we're freaking out. And I'm not joking to you. This thing filled up a shoebox. Like, it was massive.
Damn.
Good times. Rat killer.
All right, everyone, buy a Swiffer.
Tara Daly, Steve Biggs coming up for the Daily Mix Morning Show. We're going to sit and spin. We've got 10 actors with a Billboard Top 100 hit. And your emails coming up next from the men's room at KISW.com.
Tonight, a man was fired from his job because he was terrible at it, not because of anything he posted on social media. But first, local children's book author Sheila Watts just sold the rights to one of her books to a movie production company.
They're gonna make a movie out of one of her children's books.
That is the plan. Miss Watts sold the rights to her Newbery Medal-winning book, Where the Domestic Things Are. A Hollywood studio wants to turn her beloved classic into a movie.
Now that is exciting stuff, man.
It truly is. Where the Domestic Things Are is one of the best-selling and highly regarded children's books of the last decade. To see it on the silver screen will be a treat for people of all ages.
You know, she inspired me to write a series of children's books.
You?
Me what?
You are writing a children's book?
I'm writing a series of children's books, Stone.
And how long have you been working on this series of children's books?
I've been at it for years, Playboy. It's no easy task, you know. You need to tap into the things that are important to children.
And you believe that you've tapped into the things that are important to children?
Yeah, of course, man. That's why I'm writing a series of children's books.
I see. I will probably regret asking, but what are these children's books about?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Stone. After much research, I determined that I would write a series of how-to books for kids.
How-to books? I can't believe I'm saying this, but that actually sounds like a good idea.
Thank you. I wanted to address the things that kids want to learn how to do at an early age.
And what are some of the skills you'll be addressing in your children's how-to books?
Well, the first book is How to Create Armpit Farts.
How to Create Armpit Farts? That's the book you're working on. How to Create Armpit Farts.
Yes, Stone. Can you do armpit farts?
No, Felix, I cannot do armpit farts. I've never felt the need to.
You're lost, Playboy. You should read my book. It'll change your life.
No, it won't.
Now, that's just the first book. I'm also working on how to fart out loud and blame it on someone else.
Felix!
What?
Why would you write a book that teaches kids how to blame someone else for their flatulence?
You ever fart out loud, Stone?
Of course I have. It's a humiliating experience.
That's my point, man. No kids should have to suffer that kind of humiliation.
Noble as that is, what about the other kid? You know, the one who gets blamed for the flatulence?
First of all, just say fart, man. Flatulence? Come on, man. And to answer your query...
Wait. You can say query, but I can't say flatulence.
To answer that query, yes. To answer your original query, the other kids can also read my book, Return the Blame. At that point, there is no clear culprit, and neither will be humiliated.
That's genius, Felix. No, it is not genius.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm also working on how to use I don't know as a successful defense.
Felix, I don't think you should encourage children to use I don't know as a way of explaining things. Why would you want to set that as a precedent?
Well, Stone, I don't know.
Wow, it works.
Exactly. Bonnie gets it. I'm also working on how to cheat on math tests and get away with it.
Felix, that's a horrible thing to teach children. It's important that they actually learn these things. Math is a fundamental part of a children's education.
I know that, Stone, and those kids have to pass tests. I'm helping them to advance, Playboy.
By cheating?
That's why it's called How to Cheat on Math Tests and Get Away with It. It's in the title, man.
Felix, these are terrible books to write for children.
Those are just the first 4 of my series of children's books. I'm also working on How to Eat Chicken Nuggets 3 meals a day.
That can't be healthy.
How to Read.
Wow. Okay, Felix. Well, How to Read is a very positive how-to book.
Well, yeah, it's a picture book, man. No words.
Of course it is.
And finally, I'm working on How to Hide a Booger when you don't have a tissue.
How to hide a booger?
When you don't have a tissue. Yeah, spent months doing the research.
Research? How do you research hiding boogers, Felix?
Okay, look under your desk, Playboy.
Cheese and rice, Felix! Are all of those boogers yours?
Each and every one, man. Took months for that collection.
That is disgusting! Oh, God, we need to go to break. We'll be back next hour. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, why is my seat wet?
What?
My seat. My seat is wet. Why is my seat wet?
Yeah, man. I may or I may not have urinated on your chair.
What?
I said I may or I may not have urinated.
I heard what you said! You urinated on my chair?
I did not say that, Stone. I said I may, or I may not, have urinated on your chair.
What?
Stone, you asked the question. Where's my seat wet? So I answered your question.
You didn't answer my question. You offered me a riddle about whether or not you urinated, Felix, on my seat, where I am sitting.
Well, maybe you didn't ask the right question, Playboy.
Yeah, I would just ask Felix whether or not he peed on my seat.
I did not pee on your seat, Bonnie.
See how easy that is?
Right. Yes. Felix.
What's up, Playboy?
Felix.
What's on your mind, my guy?
What's up? Felix.
What's crackin'-lackin', man?
Felix! Did you or did you not urinate on my chair?
You finally just asked.
Yes!
About time, man. It was almost like you didn't even want to know whether or not I peed on your seat.
And
I'm glad you asked, Stone, because I'm ready to answer.
Is this how you answer questions?
What do you mean?
Someone asks you a question, and before you just answer the question, you let people know that you are ready to answer the question.
That depends on the question, Playboy. Now, what did you ask me again?
Are you being serious right now, Felix?
Hard to say, man.
Yes or no, Felix? Did you urinate on my seat? Is that why my seat is wet?
Before I answer...
Cheese and rice!
Before I answer, Stone, what do you think?
Do I think you urinated on my chair?
That is correct.
I would like to believe that my coworker and friend would not urinate on my chair, but also I know it's not above you, Felix.
Yeah. So do you think I peed on your chair or not?
Did you?
Maybe, man. Maybe not.
Felix, I am sitting on a wet chair, my chair, that I sit in every day to deliver hard-hitting and up-to-date headlines to our wonderful audience. I just want to know if you urinated on it or not.
I did not.
Wait, what?
I did not urinate on your chair, Playboy. I don't know why it's wet.
Why did you make it seem like you urinated on my chair?
I did no such thing, Stone. I said I may have or I may not have. That's all I said.
Felix, that is so misleading and infuriating. But I appreciate that you did not urinate on my chair.
It's the least I can do, Playboy.
It quite literally is the least you could do, but I still don't know why my chair is wet.
I peed on your chair earlier.
What?
I didn't mean to, but Felix made me laugh so hard I peed on your seat.
Okay, this is ridiculous. Let's go.
KISW. We return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
Tara Daly, Steve Mix from the Daily Mix Morning Show coming up. We'll sit and spin with 10 actors with a Billboard Top 100 hit as the Oscars are on Sunday night. First time, though, for a few emails from the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Had a couple on our question, what is the craziest thing that happened to or at your home? Guys, my house got raided because my parents had a massive grow operation. They tore the place apart and couldn't find anything, started threatening to tear the walls apart. So my mom moved a chair and pulled, a curtain, and behind the curtain was the grow operation.
Aha.
But Joel, as this happened just last week, I lived with my two younger brothers in a second-level apartment. One night I leave to drop one brother off at work and go do my night shift. Not 10 minutes after we leave, a girl that the second brother was hooking up with over a year ago showed up at our apartment screaming at him to open the door.
Oh.
She proceeded to slam against the door to try to open it, then began to chuck rocks at not just our windows, but all of our neighbors as well. Needless to say, the police were called, and my brother, in all his wisdom or lack thereof, decided not to press charges or file a restraining order because he was stoned when the police got there, and he didn't want to talk to them for too long. So I installed a deadbolt and doorbell camera. She hasn't showed up since, but she's blown up his phone with a bunch of spoofed numbers. Hope he learns not to sleep with insane women. Keep on rocking. That from Nathan.
Well, a lot of times you don't know until after the fact.
That is a fact. Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't do it on purpose. Well, maybe you would, one or two, but generally speaking, not on purpose.
Let's see here. Guys, my great-grandfather was still driving into his 80s. That stopped when he drove through the back wall of his retirement home's garage. Thought he was reversing. Here's another one. 2 quick ones. Eastside Drug Task Force raided the band house I lived in for 11 weed plants in 1994. I had to move in with my parents, and I burnt our garage down accidentally. Burned up a beautiful 1969 VW bus, my 77 Celica with my tiny recording studio inside as well. Worst part, my folks were out of town. We lost all the family photos and my porn collection. This because an extension cord short-circuited under the carpet. Public safety announcement, do not do that. That from the lone hippie. A couple more. My roommate's girlfriend's dad tried to break our door down with a fire extinguisher because he didn't like the fact that his daughter was with a boy. I don't think I've ever been that extreme. And one more, what happened to my house? Used to live in a shared house, and my microwave would come on in the middle of the night. Happened a couple times. Luckily, we were enough to hear it, and unplugged it after that. Time for a...
I was going to ask, why do we just unplug that thing?
Mystery microwave. Let's see here. Time for a few birthdays brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Gift responsibly.
Gentlemen, today is my oldest grandson's 17th birthday. He is gearing up for college. And which one would be the best fit is he is a football track athlete. Every free time they have is off visiting colleges. He'll graduate in 2027, but you've got to start now looking. So can I please get an Obama Drop the Beat, the Johnson song, and Coach Ted giving any advice on football colleges to check out. We're also proud of our 4-point student that excels in football and track. Happy birthday, Marcus. You know how much I love you. That from your Neen, a.k.a. the Jackster, who says, rock on.
Drop the beat.
You, your girl, and your Johnson.
All right, Marcus, a little bit tougher. I don't know how good you are, but I tell you what, Coach did do today, broke down some of your film. All right, I see you're a tough runner. I like that. And, not criticizing, just saying. This day and age, you get to college, you like to pass the ball, son. So, I just like to see you catch that ball out front a little more. Use those hands. And then a couple good blocks in there, too. 44 is a strong number, but can never go wrong with the Huskies. You could be a Coug.
You really did scout this kid, didn't you?
I watched 3 minutes of his film today.
That's why you're the coach.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And he made a good grab. So like seeing it out front a little more.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Catch it with your hands, not your chest.
Yeah, Washington State. I mean, you could go to Oregon. Son, I make fun of Oregon. If you're good enough to play at Oregon, son, go to Oregon.
Good Oregon, yeah. Honestly.
Here's a good one. Want to wish my kids a very happy birthday. My kids share the same birthday, but separated by 4 years.
I'm sure they love that.
Wow. Brian, pronounced Goopballs, turning 23. He's autistic and has worked very hard to be the best young man he has become. Sonia, pronounced Pumpkin, is turning 19. She's finishing her first year of college and is working toward a degree in dental hygiene. Very proud of these two and look forward to the accomplishments they will achieve in the future. Can Brian get a fart montage and an owl hitting the window with a "You Like That" for Sonia? Lots of love from Mom and from Dad. Hello, Michelle. This year is my 31st rotation around the ball of fire in the sky. Now that my youth is officially over, I need some advice from the captain on how to keep life interesting moving forward. Thanks. That from Dan Matthews from Bothell, Washington.
Ooh, well, ahoy there, and happy birthday. If you consult the experts, as they're called, they suggest physical activity, brain stimulation, joining clubs, or using technology. But the old Capitan, I coat my genitals with industrial spray adhesive before belly flopping into the chinchilla farm enclosure. Then I sing Hakuna Matata with auto-tune while gargling Robitussin. That'll keep you young, believe me. Crunch berries.
Macholas and ladies of the night, just want to thank you for getting me through the highs and lows of nearly half my life by doing nothing more than letting us all forget the real world and giving us an excuse to simply laugh. I remember listening to The Buzz when you first came on and have been hooked ever since. I turned 44 today. I'd appreciate an Alan Thicke, an angry sugar glider if you kept it, and some dad jokes for Miles. Love you guys and keep doing what you do. That from Sam.
Uh-oh, look out.
We kept it.
It sounds like an insect.
Okay. I have a friend who has a bad stuttering problem.
Oh, yeah?
By the time he told us his Nana died, we were all singing Hey Jude.
Wait a minute, say that again?
I have a friend who has a bad stuttering problem.
Right?
By the time he told us his Nana died, we were all singing Hey Jude.
Damn.
What's the difference between an asteroid and a meatball?
What?
Asteroid and a meatball. One is meteor.
Okay.
What's long, hard to get your tongue around, and given to a Polish woman by her husband on her wedding night?
Miles.
What?
His last name. Why were Billy Joel's clothes wet?
He didn't start the fire?
No, he didn't start the dryer. And a professor back in the day in sex ed class once asked me how I view lesbian relationships.
Oh, yeah?
I said in HD.
In my browser.
And let's see, one more. Oh, guys, let's see here. I'd like to wish my brother Ray a happy birthday. Could you give him a fish sandwich medley and the Dirty Germans talking over each other? That from Terry in Tacoma.
Can I get a fillet of fish sandwich? So you know I got
I'll have a fish sandwich.
Oh, brother, can I have a fish sandwich? With the cheese and the tartar on the side.
I want a fish sandwich.
Is it too early for a fish sandwich? Cheese and tartar on the side. Oh, yeah. I smell the fish sandwich. Maybe some sure? Relish in the morning. At noon, and at night.
Can I buy you a fish sandwich?
So you don't want a fish sandwich?
Yeah, in my opinion,
talk about ourselves.
What they
Every
fish
time I hear
sandwich,
his name,
we also
Terry,
goes
you
at
know,
the
it's fast, I can always think
Carnotaurus, the
about
moose knuckle,
Hulk Hogan.
buffalo gums, but
Two
whatever
different
it is you're
size
looking
penises.
for, I think
Terry
you can find
Bartopoulos was
it.
smaller.
All right, guys, here you go.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefleisch.
Tonight, a man was fired from his job because he was terrible at it, not because of anything he posted on social media. But first, local children's book author Sheila Watts just sold the rights to one of her books to a movie production company.
They're gonna make a movie out of one of her children's books.
That is the plan. Miss Watts sold the rights to her Newbery Medal-winning book, Where the Domestic Things Are. A Hollywood studio wants to turn her beloved classic into a movie.
Now that is exciting stuff, man.
It truly is. Where the Domestic Things Are is one of the best-selling and highly regarded children's books of the last decade. To see it on the silver screen will be a treat for people of all ages.
You know, she inspired me to write a series of children's books.
You?
Me what?
You are writing a children's book?
I'm writing a series of children's books, Stone.
And how long have you been working on this series of children's books?
I've been at it for years, Playboy. It's no easy task, you know. You need to tap into the things that are important to children.
And you believe that you've tapped into the things that are important to children?
Yeah, of course, man. That's why I'm writing a series of children's books.
I see. I will probably regret asking, but what are these children's books about?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Stone. After much research, I determined that I would write a series of how-to books for kids.
How-to books? I can't believe I'm saying this, but that actually sounds like a good idea.
Thank you. I wanted to address the things that kids want to learn how to do at an early age.
And what are some of the skills you'll be addressing in your children's how-to books?
Well, the first book is How to Create Armpit Farts.
How to Create Armpit Farts? That's the book you're working on. How to Create Armpit Farts.
Yes, Stone. Can you do armpit farts?
No, Felix, I cannot do armpit farts. I've never felt the need to.
You're the off Playboy. You should read my book. It'll change your life.
No, it won't.
Now, that's just the first book. I'm also working on how to fart out loud and blame it on someone else.
Felix!
What?
Why would you write a book that teaches kids how to blame someone else for their flatulence?
You ever fart out loud, Stone?
Of course I have. It's a humiliating experience.
That's my point, man. No kid should have to suffer that kind of humiliation.
Noble as that is, what about the other kid? You know, the one who gets blamed for the flatulence?
First of all, just say fart, man. Flatulence? Come on, man. And to answer your query...
Wait. You can say query, but I can't say flatulence.
To answer that query, yes. To answer your original query, the other kids can also read my book, Return the Blame. At that point, there is no clear culprit, and neither will be humiliated.
That's genius, Felix.
No, it is not genius.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm also working on how to use I don't know as a successful defense.
Felix, I don't think you should encourage children to use I don't know as a way of explaining things. Why would you want to set that as a precedent?
Well, Stone, I don't know.
Wow, it works!
Exactly. Bonnie gets it. I'm also working on how to cheat on math tests and get away with it.
Felix, that's a horrible thing to teach children. It's important that they actually learn these things. Math is a fundamental part of a children's education.
I know that, Stone, and those kids have to pass tests. I'm helping them to advance, Playboy.
By cheating?
That's why it's called How to Cheat on Math Tests and Get Away with It. It's in the title, man.
Felix, these are terrible books to write for children.
Those are just the first 4 of my series of children's books. I'm also working on How to Eat Chicken Nuggets 3 meals a day.
That can't be healthy.
How to Read.
Wow. Okay, Felix, well, How to Read is a very positive how-to book.
Well, yeah, it's a picture book, man, no words.
Of course it is.
And finally, I'm working on how to hide a booger when you don't have a tissue.
How to hide a booger?
When you don't have a tissue, yeah. Spent months doing the research.
Research? How do you research hiding boogers, Felix?
Okay, look under your desk, Playboy.
Cheese and rice, Felix! Are all of those boogers yours?
Each and every one, man. Took months for that collection.
That is disgusting! Oh, God, we need to go to break. We'll be back next hour.
Thank you for watching. Please like and share this video. It helps us a lot. And be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and social media pages at InAction News.
99.9 KISW.
Ben the Psycho Muppet back here for Men's Room Movie Part 2.
Shut up!
You shut up. So last week we asked for some ideas, and frankly your ideas all suck. They're terrible. So we're not going to do any of those. But luckily, like manna from the heaven, rained down upon us, the Men's Room was a gift from one of our faithful listeners. And this is it right here. He actually hand-delivered it. No farting. This is some sort of a fart crate. See what you've done? See what his ass has done?
I think people take this all wrong, although I do appreciate the handy self-made no farting on. This is one, all right, but it's not universal yet. This one, I think, says it a little better.
It's not really for you, though, is it?
It's not for me. That's the thing. I might be the inspiration.
Yeah.
And I'm a little offended.
Let's see what we got here.
It's from our friend the Harry Trucker.
It says, "Boo, bitches. I've been a big fan of your show for a long time. As far as I can tell, you fellas are the only good show left on the air anywhere in Seattle. I've listened to nearly every episode ever since you started releasing each day show via the podcast. Unfortunately, because I only listen to podcasts these days, never had a chance to call in. Due to the epic amount of gas expelled during the show recently, I was inspired to put this little package together for you guys. I hope you like it. Be sure to read the instructions thoroughly before use. Thanks for the laughs. Yeah, even you, Ted." That from the Harry Trucker.
The Flatulence Survival Kit 1.0.
Okay. And it starts with the Flatulence Survival Kit 1.0 manual. Now, this one I like. You see, the butt trumpet tooting, if you will. It actually has music notes, which I would like to think that I do. I put a little symphony behind my gas. And people get very irritated about my farts. And I don't mean the fellas in the studio. I understand that, because it smells very bad. But people listen.
Wow.
It is. I have never gotten so much hostility about my butt. About my butt.
Look at this.
This is really put together well. Threat level 1, it ain't so bad. Threat level 2, dude, I think you just hit your pants. Threat level 3, oh my God, it's so thick in here that I can actually taste it. Threat level 4, I can't take it anymore. Threat level 1, it ain't so bad. Supplies, 1 danger tape.
Oh, I see.
5 protective masks.
So we actually got some danger tape here.
All right. Upon realizing your coworker has dropped this level of emission, remove the above supplies from the crates. Use the tape, cordon off a contaminated area of the workplace. Pass out protective masks. Return to work.
I feel like an airline attendant. In the event that I fart, but it's a threat level 1, we'll place the tape around the offending area, place the mask around your head. We would ask you to place the mask around your head before helping children.
Threat level 2, dude, I think you just asked your pants. Supplies, 5 times air freshener spray.
All right, we got to find that. We got to stay on track here.
3 times adjustable solid air freshener.
Fresh berries. You spray it down here.
Solid air freshener is this guy. These are
3
good.
times scented candles.
Just a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Open it up a little bit, a little bit.
Ooh, candles.
They are berry blossom red raspberry.
And 1 times incense kit.
Waterfall fresh lily. Anyone have guesses what a waterfall fresh lily smells like?
There's the incense.
Oh, 91-piece incense kit.
Your coworker has just dropped a bomb that necessitates harsher measures. Use any or all of the above supplies throughout the affected area. Make sure the offending party sees you do it.
Just in time for fall.
Cinnamon spice cookies.
It's like Martha Stewart.
It came with an incense holder.
Threat level 3. Oh my God, it's so
hippies.
thick in here that I can actually taste it. Supplies equal 50 clothing pins and 6 corks. Your associate is releasing toxic clouds that are stripping paint from the walls. This has gone too far. No one deserves this kind of treatment. Be careful not to alert the target. Quietly pass out the clothespins to any affected coworkers. Gather several athletic coworkers together. Tackle the enemy. While being held, pull down their pants and insert 1 or more cork into the rear entrance.
Ooh, do not do that.
Well,
threat level 4.
It's up to you, fella. You force our hand.
Threat level 4. I can't take it anymore.
The Men's Room returns with Miles and Thrill.
Back on to 508. We'll drink and toast with the shot of the day. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check-in with Mike Hawk and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on.
Well, thank you, Miles. The confectionery company Lindt says that users of weight loss drugs are actually eating more chocolate, not less.
Well, yeah, because they're still losing weight.
Correct. They're on weight loss drugs. It's doing all the work for them. So why in the world would I stop eating what I want to eat?
More ice cream, more fried chicken, more chocolate. I mean, yeah.
Exactly. Why not?
And what I've heard is, from the few people I know that are on those types of things, I said, you don't even want to eat much. So part of the weight loss is you just don't really have an appetite.
Yeah.
But when they do have an appetite, yeah, they eat the crap. They're not eating healthier.
Exactly.
But they are losing weight.
I'll put my head into the ring of, like, you can still eat those things, just cut back on them just a little bit.
There's a lot of people there that take them that did change their diet.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So it's both, but like
But you get people, there's two schools.
I don't care what diet you're on. You're still going to want some chocolate.
Some people
Hell yeah.
want to lose weight. Some people want to be healthy.
Right.
Right? It depends what your goal is. But in the end, you can enjoy chocolate.
Hell, DK Metcalf, when he came up, everybody was like, trying to figure out what his diet was. And he came out, was like, I do one workout a day and I eat a crap ton of gummy candies.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I have friends that are personal trainers. They're like, don't follow my diet to it. Like, they're like, I've been a personal trainer for years. I can get away with this.
There you go. Exactly. Apparently, Vladimir Putin has more conquests planned for after the Ukrainian campaign.
I saw this.
He wants to invade Venus.
It's hard to invade a place that no one's at.
Correct.
That just means showing up.
Right. Invade was the wrong term to use first off.
I don't think he's a particularly bright man either, right? I think we know how that works. But that said, like, everyone was, you know what? Take Venus.
Knock yourself out, Vlad.
You know what? Take Venus. You go ahead and have that.
Knock yourself out.
We didn't invade the moon. We landed on it.
That is correct. Because you can. You land on the moon, on Venus.
We will install many windows for people to fall out of.
Yeah, it won't last long, so I'm guessing their science department ain't the brightest bulbs out there. But you know what? You take Venus, buddy. Let us know how that goes for you.
I think we should bring invade back. No loitering here. Be like, no invading.
Do not invade
you
7-Eleven space.
Right?
You're
You're
no trespassing signs. No invading.
Because, I guess if I walked into a bar and didn't order anything, just had a water, am I invading? Am I loitering?
Well, you're not loitering because you're inside. You are saddled up to the bar. You are drinking a glass of water. So, you're not loitering, but you are invading.
Yeah.
I can have cash-paying customers sitting where you are.
I'm an invader.
It's basically to enter so as to subjugate or occupy whatever establishment you're in or place. To enter a place in large numbers, especially with intrusive effect.
Okay, have fun on Venus, buddy.
Invading. There's an anti-masturbation app.
So?
All right, how's it work?
It's called Quitter.
All right.
I thought it just said automatically uploaded naked pictures of your own grandmother.
So it basically just tracks from the time you start until the time that you give up.
But the problem is they reportedly leaked important user information. There was been a data breach on there. Imagine you're on an app.
That's what I want to know.
Imagine you're on an app that's supposed to regulate and eventually stop you from masturbating, and now they have your information to just blast out there for everybody to see. Like, guess who can't keep it in their pants?
I would tell you that up front.
Guess who can't keep their hand off it?
I'd rather have people know that I'm on an app that limits my porn watching than be like, look at the amounts we watched.
Right.
Look at the weird stuff he's into.
Yeah,
that's where it gets weird. This is what he likes.
Guess who likes puffy nipples?
I don't know if that one would embarrass me that much. Like, try to cut down.
Hey, clowns, am I right? Guess who likes feet?
Rex Ryan. Quentin Tarantino.
Somebody shouldn't be married. Put your thinking caps on, just
This doesn't look anything like your wife.
No. Put your thinking caps on, Jen. It's time for the Merriam-Webster word of the day. I give you guys a 40% chance of getting this one. It is an M double word, and it's a noun.
Mau mau.
And what it is used for is it's a formal acknowledgement of personal fault or error.
It's two words that both start with M?
No.
You just repeat the same word, like moo-moo?
No. It is two different words, but the beginning of the two words starts with M. You guys get to figure out what the second word starts with, because if I do...
Okay, I got you. So it's to acknowledge an error?
My bad?
My bad. That's exactly what I was saying.
It's used for a formal acknowledgement of personal fault or error. You give it a little bit more Latin.
Mea.
Oh, Mea.
Mea culpa. Very good. There it is. Well done. We got it. While most test animals will stop working to solve puzzles after rewards dry up, raccoons were found to continue working.
I just enjoy doing it. It's like playing Wordle, bro.
You gave me something to do, finally. Doggone it.
Instead of waddle into a dumpster.
When the rewards dry up, they're like, I'm done. That's how it works. Give and take, brother.
Right. Not them. They're like, Rubik's Cube, okay.
So basically, raccoons are who you would hire for, like, the TSA. Hey, you guys are going to have to work without a paycheck. Raccoons are like, cool.
All right, then.
I just like doing it. I like touching people.
Everybody put your stuff in the boxes. Take your electronics out.
Bring your snacks through, because I'm going to eat them. Can't take them on the plane, but I'm going to eat that. Sir, don't finish that granola bar, you son of a bitch. I'll give you rabies.
I'll do it. I'll do it. A shocking new study found that teenagers use their phones during every hour of the school day.
I am shocked by this development.
There's also a break between classes after every hour.
Right. Am I wrong? Aren't classes still like 40 minutes, 45 minutes?
You get 15.
And certain classes, like my daughter at her high school, I think she has 10 minutes between class. And the shortest class she has is like 75 minutes.
The shortest.
Jesus.
Because they rotate. So you're not taking like 8 subjects in one day. You're taking 4 one day, 4 the next day.
Oh,
then
like
it repeats,
college.
right?
Like
so,
college. Right.
but all of the classes last about twice as long as what we grew up with.
Wow.
That's
All right.
what I thought. Like, ooh. I couldn't say it like that when she first told me. I'm like, oh, that's great. And in my head, I'm like, oh, my God.
We've been talking about houses all day, and we're also walking up on spring, and you know what time it is.
The Men's Room Top 10. The Men's Room Top 10.
Time for a little spring cleaning. It is that time that we're bringing our houses out of winter mode and into springtime mode, bringing on the sunshine, bringing on the nice and happy times.
Is that what we're doing?
That's what we're doing.
You know, it was nice earlier, man. And
was.
we were just out there. The very cold rain just started coming down. And I think tomorrow's supposed to be like the real bastard of a day.
So what I have here, this is from goodhousekeeping.com, and it's the spring cleaning checklist that experts actually follow.
Okay.
Checklist.
Are you ready for
So
this?
we just kind of did this last week in my house. I want to see if we got anything right.
Okay. So they say what you need: microfiber cloths, heavy-duty sponges, rubber gloves, and essential cleaners, including dish soap, white vinegar, baking soda, all-purpose spray, and glass cleaner. And here is your checklist: what to clean. Actually, let's start with the bedroom. Okay. Have you washed all the bedding, including pillows and comforters?
Yes, we've done that. The pillows themselves, no.
No, I just got new pillows, though.
Okay. The pillows, I feel like, are a once a year. Just get them all knocked out. Because the problem is that once you wash a pillow, they start getting lumpy.
See, that's what I was talking, because we got when we got our mattress like 2-3 years ago, whatever it was, we bought new pillows. And these are the first pillows I've had. They're like super kind of dense. If you know what I mean. We used to have like the crappy ones. You can throw them in the wash, whatever. These, I just don't know. And they cost enough that, like, if I ruin it in the washer, I don't want to buy another one.
Yeah.
I'm just going to sleep on a dirty pillow.
Did you clean the mattress?
No.
With what? I mean, are they...
I flip it. Yeah.
Right, like, are you bringing it? And that's kind of what I do too there, Miles. Like, I'll flip it, but I don't know what you want me to do to clean it. Like, am I bringing in a rug doctor or something? What's going on here?
I just don't want it to get wet, not dry.
Steam clean,
not dry
maybe?
out.
I guess.
I'm dead ass. I didn't know you were supposed to clean.
I've never cleaned my
I mean, I clean the sheets.
Organizing the closets and dresser drawers.
Yep.
Dusting the furniture.
Yes.
Vacuuming under the bed.
Yeah, man, I
Yeah.
vacuumed under some things. It's just because we have one of those clear canisters so you can see what you're sucking out of there.
Oh, yeah.
And either my dog sheds a lot of hair or I killed 436 puppies.
Yeah.
One of the two.
One of those two things.
Problem is I got hardwood, so everything just, all the dust bunnies are just rolling.
I did
out
too.
there,
We have
man.
all hard surfaces. So every time you walk, you'll see them kind of blow under the sofa. Like, I'll get you later.
And then spot clean or deep clean carpets and rugs.
Yes.
Just knock that out from time. You know, I remember vividly us going to that. I think I don't know if they're still available at like UFC or something like that, but I feel like you can rent rug doctors. Just go in there and just
We have a
clean out all your carpets.
I guess that's a steam cleaner.
Yeah.
The steam vacuum, as it were. And we got it because one of our old dogs had diarrhea.
Oh, yeah.
But she was older in life, so you knew, like, okay, this is a constant thing no matter what you did.
Yeah.
And we still had carpets at the time. So I broke that bad boy out probably twice a week. And but once you start, you don't, because if you just clean to one spot, you realize how gross the rest of your carpet is.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, man, I got to do the whole thing.
From goodhousekeeping.com, it's the spring cleaning checklist that experts actually follow. Let's move on over to the bathroom.
Uh-oh.
Deep cleaning the shower and tub. Don't forget the glass shower walls and the shower head.
Doing my kids' bathroom because apparently both of them got jobs at a coal mine.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm just like, how did this happen in here?
I don't know how that little pink mold stuff continues to develop so fast in my showers.
Oh, you cleaned it all out. You feel so good. When you get
Yeah.
it. And like 2 days later, you're like, really? You're back?
Right? Why are you
I didn't
here?
kick you out. I'm getting rid of you.
Yeah, I did it at Christmas, and I'm just now looking at my tub like, I gotta deep clean it again.
Yeah. There is something satisfying, though, about hitting it with the bleach and then scrubbing it all down, and then you run that water over it for the first time. You see all that gunk just head all the way down.
There's the satisfaction and also the realization that we are disgusting.
We are horribly disgusting.
Shout out to the scrubbing bubbles.
Oh, yeah. 100%, dude.
They work hard, so you don't have to, Ted.
That's what I'm saying.
Clean
Just got to get out of there so you don't pass out.
Yeah.
Clean the toilet, sink, and countertops. And fellas, I'm going to just save you some brownie points right here, right now. When you're cleaning the toilet, get around the base of it.
Yeah.
Clean around the little spots around there because they will look.
That's the grossest part to me.
Yeah.
I
It's all
kind of
linty.
stay up on the toilets and all that kind of thing. It's just me, right? But every once in a while, you get, kind of behind and underneath. And are we all just urinating behind the toilet? Is that what's happening here? How
You're
did
right, the
that
lint-
much get back there?
The lint too. I'm like,
Yeah.
where does this come from?
Mm-hmm.
Washing the bath mats. God bless my wife. She pulls those things every time along with the towels and whatnot. Just toss them in there and get them cleaned up.
Pretty good about that.
Washing the towels and the linens.
Yep.
Also, you should be replacing your towel that you use every week?
I do it like every 2 or 3 showers. My son, it drives me nuts. I mean, he's a very hygienic kid to the point that it's ridiculous, but and he showers every day, right? He gets up in the morning, jumps in the shower.
Good man.
But it's a new towel every time.
No way.
And we keep telling him, like, dude, you can reuse the same towel. And in his mind, that is the most vile, like, you can't convince him. He's like, that is so gross. But the problem is, I told my wife, we're going to have to buy more freaking towels because he blows through so many in a week that every once in a while, well, no, I will go into grab a towel.
Oh.
And there are none left. So I'm like, you know what? I'll take a shower later. Let me wash the freaking towels that this kid has used.
Replace or wash the shower liner.
Oh, God.
You can't actually clean that shower liner in the washing machine, and that's another one that's satisfying and also disgusting. When you wash it, it's like, wow, I didn't realize how bad this thing was.
When you can look at it, I don't know about you, it's always toward the bottom.
Yeah.
It's like, because when it turns pink,
crawling up,
where I don't want it to touch me.
Yeah.
I'm like, I should not be in the shower where I don't want something to touch me.
Yeah, that's one of those $20-some expenses. I just, every few months, like, I'll just get a new one.
Oh, yeah, I'll replace it.
Buy 2 at a time.
Oh, not a bad call.
That's actually not a bad call.
From GoodHousekeeping.com, it's the spring cleaning checklist that experts actually follow. We move to the kitchen. Clean out the fridge and the freezer. That's always my job now. I did it really good one time moving out of one of the houses that we were bouncing in between, and it became my job ever since.
My wife's good about it, man.
Nice.
Like, I will come home and it's just like, and she'll, well, the food was bad. I'm like, was it? Because like 75% of it's gone.
Yeah.
But she's all over that.
Yeah, she puts little sticky notes on the things that I need to throw away.
She can do that,
because
but she won't throw it away.
No, because she doesn't like the smell of it.
Well, nobody does.
I know, but apparently I get to take that bullet.
Okay.
Because I can. Deep clean the oven and the microwave inside and out.
Every once in a while.
And I believe you actually can take the door of the oven off if you do it right.
You can. I don't.
Yeah, neither do I.
But I don't know that I use my oven enough anymore because of the air fryer.
You're not wrong. I use it a lot less as a direct result of that.
Yeah.
Organizing the cabinets and the drawers. Yeah, just take one of those days to get all the lids put back where they're supposed to go. All the bowls are back in their little Russian nesting doll thing.
We're pretty good about that, too.
Yeah.
And again, mostly because of the kids. So when they see us do it, they understand, like, hey, man, plus I lose my freaking mind. That's when you know you're officially a father.
Oh, yeah.
When little things like that just set you off. Hey, come into the kitchen now. What? And you're pointing at a piece of Tupperware. Why is that there instead of 3 inches over here?
Some of you don't think about cleaning the garbage cans.
Oh, the inside of them. Yeah, I do that. Especially in the summertime with the hose.
I'm amazed at how messy they get inside the garbage can. It always has a liner in it. Where in the world did all this ilk come from?
I don't know. I do not know.
I just don't
change the damn bag.
Which bag?
The garbage bag.
Oh, just the liner. Hell yeah. Let's see here. Wiping down the cabinet fronts, degreasing the vent hood over the cooktop.
Yep.
That's a big one. Get some actual degreaser for that. That's a lot thicker than you give it credit for.
It really stickier, thicker, all of that.
Deep clean the dishwasher. I just recently cleaned out the filter, and it's not that there was a bunch of gunk in it. There was just a good film of gunk on it. And I haven't smelled anything stanky out of there since.
Okay.
So I figured I did it. And then shine up the stainless steel appliances.
Yeah, I'm pretty good about that.
Yeah, exactly. And then as we're drifting on down here, this is from GoodHousekeeping.com, and it's the spring cleaning checklist that experts actually follow. Let's go for what you need to do in all the rooms. Vacuum and mop the floors. Use a vacuum to pick up the dust, dirt, and debris. Use a damp mop to clean the floors. Don't forget a cleaner that is safe for your flooring. Just go through it one time and get it smack clean really, really, really nice.
Let's do it.
Washing the windows and do some window treatments. Before cleaning windows with glass cleaner, wipe down the screens and the frames. Dust the window treatments or clean them in the washing machine if the care label permits you to.
That's fair.
I don't know that I've ever done a whole lot of, if any, outside window washing, but it's been a hot minute since I've cleaned the inside of my windows. It's time.
My mother-in-law's weird about it, man. Like, when she comes over, she'll just do it.
Okay.
Ever like, you don't need to do it. She's like, I enjoy doing it. So I'm not going to tell you to stop.
Right, I'm about to
I
say,
said you don't need to.
Do you say it quite like, you don't need to do that? Don't do that. Stop it, no. Wiping down the mirrors. Try a glass cleaner and a microfiber cloth. Cleaning the walls. Your walls might be dusty or dirty. Dust walls with a dry floor mop and tackle grime with a mixture of dish soap and water. Literally in my bathroom, I can see in the shine of the light, there's drips that are on the wall that don't go away.
Right.
I don't know why they're there. I don't know why they're the color that they are.
What they are.
But I need to get rid of them at some point. Dusting the ceilings, vents, fans, and light fixtures. Use a soft cloth, lightly dampened with water to wipe away dust. I also highly recommend that you vacuum after you do all this
All
dusting.
the dusting. The ceiling fans just collect it.
They do. They just grab
I
all
guess
of it,
all
man.
fans do.
And that'll leave you with this last and final thing to do when you're cleaning all of your rooms. Thank you. Clean, again, boys, brownie points, the baseboards.
Again, I'm anal. I'm on it, man.
Vacuum the baseboards with brush attachments. If needed, follow with a wet microfiber fiber cloth.
Also, don't forget your light switches.
Oh, yes.
I'm on that, too.
Your hands are all over that all
Those
the
are
time.
disgusting. A woman in Orlando was arrested for leaving something behind at a bar, and you won't believe what it was.
What
Miles.
did she leave at the bar? Her phone?
Tell you all about it at 5:50.
Thank you, sir. Headlines are coming up at 5:50. In the meantime, have we made it to drinking time?
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. You're the toast of our shot of the day.
Big time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink desk and Steve will throw hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yes, indeed. And today we toast a man identified only as Sean from the greater Chicago, Illinois area. Now, he showed up at an emergency room because of serious pain in his urinary tract. He couldn't pee, and he, quote-unquote, didn't know why. That's when doctors offered to insert a catheter into his unit, and suddenly he could remember what the problem was. After the doctors, they literally called the catheter. They said, that's our version of truth serum. Once we're about to insert that thing, people's memories suddenly come back. Say, no, wait. So his situation stemmed apparently from his wife criticizing his sexual performance and daring him to be more adventurous. So he decided to head to the forest, strip naked, and, quote, frolic in the great outdoors. Just so you know, that is a quote from the doctor who is quoting this guy, Sean, saying, this is what he told me, that he was frolicking in the great outdoors to find his, quote, sexual spirit. Well, for reasons that I cannot possibly explain, he had an unidentified, quote, legless lizard slither into his urethra Franklin.
Oh.
Where it got trapped.
A newt.
And died. Doctors successfully removed it, and they sent him home. So I did a quick little Google search there. What is a legless lizard that is not a snake, that is native to Illinois? It's called the slender glass lizard, which apparently can look like a snake, but it is not a snake. But he allowed this thing to go in his urethra. It curled up. It died. He couldn't pee, but it was removed.
Wow.
Yeah. So, what? You're looking at a picture
How is that not a snake?
Dude, I honestly don't know. I looked at the picture. I'm like, I don't know what the difference is.
Lead the lizard.
Yeah. So we pour this booze, and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy.
So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies.
Down the hola bijola. All right, it's going to get tested on the line now for Profile This, 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next.
Tonight. A man was fired from his job because he was terrible at it, not because of anything he posted on social media. But first, local children's book author Sheila Watts just sold the rights to one of her books to a movie production company.
They're gonna make a movie out of one of her children's books.
That is the plan. Miss Watts sold the rights to her Newbery Medal-winning book, Where the Domestic Things Are. A Hollywood studio wants to turn her beloved classic into a movie.
Now that is exciting stuff, man.
It truly is. Where the Domestic Things Are is one of the best-selling and highly regarded children's books of the last decade. To see it on the silver screen will be a treat for people of all ages.
You know, she inspired me to write a series of children's books.
You?
Me what?
You are writing a children's book?
I'm writing a series of children's books, Stone.
And how long have you been working on this series of children's books?
I've been at it for years, Playboy. It's no easy task, you know. You need to tap into the things that are important to children.
And you believe that you've tapped into the things that are important to children?
Yeah, of course, man. That's why I'm writing a series of children's books.
I see. I will probably regret asking, but what are these children's books about?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Stone. After much research, I determined that I would write a series of how-to books for kids.
How-to books? I can't believe I'm saying this, but that actually sounds like a good idea.
Thank you. I wanted to address the things that kids want to learn how to do at an early age.
And what are some of the skills you'll be addressing in your children's how-to books?
Well, the first book is How to Create Armpit Farts.
How to Create Armpit Farts? That's the book you're working on. How to Create Armpit Farts.
Yes, Stone. Can you do armpit farts?
No, Felix, I cannot do armpit farts. I've never felt the need to.
You're the off Playboy. You should read my book. It'll change your life.
No, it won't.
Now, that's just the first book. I'm also working on how to fart out loud and blame it on someone else.
Felix!
What?
Why would you write a book that teaches kids how to blame someone else for their flatulence?
You ever fart out loud, Stone?
Of course I have. It's a humiliating experience.
That's my point, man. No kid should have to suffer that kind of humiliation.
Noble as that is, what about the other kid? You know, the one who gets blamed for the flatulence?
First of all, just say fart, man. Flatulence? Come on, man. And to answer your query...
Wait. You can say query, but I can't say flatulence.
To answer that query, yes. To answer your original query, the other kids can also read my book, Return the Blame. At that point, there is no clear culprit, and neither will be humiliated.
That's genius, Felix.
No, it is not genius.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm also working on how to use I don't know as a successful defense.
Felix, I don't think you should encourage children to use I don't know as a way of explaining things. Why would you want to set that as a precedent?
Well, Stone, I don't know.
Wow, it works!
Exactly. Bonnie gets it. I'm also working on how to cheat on math tests and get away with it.
Felix, that's a horrible thing to teach children. It's important that they actually learn these things. Math is a fundamental part of a children's education.
I know that, Stone, and those kids have to pass tests. I'm helping them to advance, Playboy.
By cheating?
That's why it's called How to Cheat on Math Tests and Get Away with It. It's in the title, man.
Felix, these are terrible books to write for children.
Those are just the first 4 of my series of children's books. I'm also working on How to Eat Chicken Nuggets 3 meals a day.
That can't be healthy.
How to Read.
Wow. Okay, Felix. Well, How to Read is a very positive how-to book.
Well, yeah, it's a picture book, man. No words.
Of course it is.
And finally, I'm working on How to Hide a Booger when you don't have a tissue.
How to hide a booger?
When you don't have a tissue. Yeah, spent months doing the research.
Research? How do you research hiding boogers, Felix?
Okay, look under your desk, Playboy.
Cheese and rice, Felix! Are all of those boogers yours?
Each and every one, man. Took months for that collection.
That is disgusting! Oh, God, we need to go to break. We'll be back next hour.
Oh, hi. Congratulations for being you. You have one job. Go and subscribe to the YouTube channel and social media pages at In Action News. I did it slowly for you.
The Men's Room presents Profile This.
And Stephen Throw Hooks to please everyone on Profile This is played.
Yeah. It's a simple game, Miles, where we share with you a real-life news story.
Simple.
Something that happened right here on planet frickin' Earth. Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that they make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. I'm frickin' pissed. Hello, Clyde. Welcome to the Men's Room.
What's up, fellas?
Hola. All right, Clyde, you understand how this here game is played?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. You have your choice of one of three categories. Today we have Hit Me With Your Best Shot, where you guess the unconventional object that someone used as a weapon. We have Animalize This, where you guess the animal responsible for causing the problem. And finally today we have License to Spill, where you guess the substance responsible for creating the mess.
Let's go License to Spill.
We go a little bit south of here, where authorities in an Oregon county, they warned of a slippery traffic hazard in a town where a truck's cargo spilled out onto the roadway. The Coos County Sheriff's Office said on social media that deputies responded to the report of a spill on Seven Devils near Walker Lake in Bandon. Now, according to local media, deputies cleared the road to the best of their ability. However, it remains extremely slick in that area. The sheriff's office shared a photo showing the line of cargo stretching down the road to an intersection. Officials asked drivers to use caution in the area and reminded residents to make sure that all their loads are properly secured for transport. So there's a bit of a spill. They tried to clean it up as best they could, but the road remained slick. So the question is, what was the cargo that spilled out and made the road slippery? Was it cooking oil? Was it honey? Was it fish or was it ice? So cooking oil, honey, fish, or ice, what spilled out of the truck and onto the roadway?
Well, I'm a truck driver, and let's say cooking oil, because that might suck.
Okay. That is a huge fishing community. Cooking oil of that nature would only come from banded dunes. Bee population not big there. I'm going fish, Clyde.
Fish is. Oh, I didn't hear that. Was that the last one? Fish? Just fish.
Fish and ice. Cooking
Fish
oil,
and
honey,
ice.
fish,
Okay.
ice. Yeah.
I was wondering why we only had three. I think it's just honey.
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 Okay. What was spilled all over the road there? Was it cooking oil, honey, fish, or ice? We'll find out next.
That was a tease.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
To the men's room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9 KISW.
Category is licensed to spill. On Profile this week, head down to Oregon. A road was covered in crap that was so slippery that they warned motorists to be careful in the area because whatever spilled out of this truck was very slick. Question is, what was spilled out of the truck? Cooking oil, honey, fish, or ice?
And Clyde, that is a question that we posed to you. Let us start with the Ted Smith who went honey.
Honey.
It was not honey.
All right.
That's right.
And Clyde, look, man, you said you drive trucks and cooking oil. Obviously, that would suck. However, it was not cooking oil.
No.
But you're not wrong. It would be slippery. Miles, you said, look, it's a fishing community. The thing that makes the most sense is fish. That's it.
Ding, 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 ding.
All right. Here's the thing about the cleanup. So they don't believe it was a truck like our friend Clyde here is probably driving. They said it's more like, somebody's personal whatever. So the fish spill out. They sent a single cop to clean it up. They didn't call anybody else. Just the cops called the cop. Hey, do what you can to clean it up. He did. Radios back and just says, yeah, I did the best I could. It's still out there. Be careful. That was the entire cleanup process.
Yeah. There's literally maybe 2 cops in that town.
Well, one of them got stuck.
More fish than
cleaning
cops.
up the fish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, for all TV news all the time, it's time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
All right, your choices today. You got Seth Meyers, The Jimmy,
Fallon and Kimmel,
Colbert,
Steven,
or Ted Smith.
Is it Ted or is it late night?
It is right there. The title these guys have teams of talents or writers something come up with their monologues each and every night. It is up to you to determine, is this an actual late night joke and from whom, or could it be a The Ted Smith original?
In sports news, a shocker out of Texas when a fish angler was arrested for stuffing weights down the throat of a fish to win the tournament. Some people are now thinking fishing tournaments are getting too big and they need to be scaled back.
The Ted Smith.
I hope that's you.
Yeah, that's me. I figured you'd know, but I was pretty happy.
That just happened again, really?
Texas happened over the weekend.
They keep getting busted for that. You got to figure that they just stop.
That means guys are getting away with it.
I guess so.
That's the thing, because it's such a small amount of weight they're adding, because these are bass.
Yeah.
So they're not massive, right? They're not rockfish. So I think Thrill's right. I think maybe this is just
like an ounce or something.
Yeah.
Most guys are getting away with it. These guys got caught.
The basically they could tell is the fishing weights have no wear on them. So it's
really?
obviously you stuffed it in afterwards. One men's trend raising some sculpted eyebrows out there is men are now embracing aesthetic treatments, sometimes to the extreme in a trend called look maxing, which is the maximization of one's appearance. Also, what it's called when you get plastic surgery at TJ Maxx.
It's like Colbert.
Fallon. Colbert.
One men's trend or tremend raising some sculpted eyebrows out there is that men are now embracing aesthetic treatments, sometimes to the extreme, in a trend called looks maxing, which is the maximization of one's appearance. Also what it's called when you get plastic surgery at TJ Maxx.
The Italian team in the World Baseball Classic has an espresso machine in their dugout, which explains how one of their players bunted a triple.
Fallon?
Yeah, Fallon.
Seth Meyers.
The CEO of United Airlines said that rising fuel prices will lead to higher fares.
The Italian team in the World Baseball Classic has gained attention online because they have an espresso machine in their dugout, which explains why one of their players bunted a triple.
You want gas or you want me to read
I'll go Fallon.
Fallon.
The CEO of United Airlines said that rising fuel prices will lead to higher fares. It's never good when your pilot's like, oh, yeah, the light's on, but I think we're going to make it.
For what I'm shocked, gas prices are going up.
Yeah, didn't see that coming.
You know what used to be cheap, Thrill?
Whores.
Well, yes. Yeah. But inflation comes
cigarettes
for everything. Gas used to be cheaper.
Yeah.
So today we have a list of some classic sitcoms that maybe you should rewatch.
All right.
Now, these are pretty old ones. So I'd be interested to see where you guys sit on these. Let's see. There's 20 of them on there. What are some old shows you guys like?
How old are we talking? I mean, are we talking 70s? I'd say like, sitcom. Three's Company. Funny.
That's a great one. 21-year-olds. So they're old.
Okay.
Put it to you this
Good
way.
Times, Jeffersons, all
What's
the family.
happening?
I don't know that Mike is really going to have one on this list.
Yeah, Mike. You just have an old soul without
All right,
having
what'd
an
you
old
say,
body.
Miles?
What's happening? Good Times. You know what? Soap, in a weird way.
Soap was a really good show, yeah.
All right. Well, like Growing Pains was on the list.
Yeah, well, yeah. It wasn't a bad show. It's not a bad show, but that was definitely one of those shows where it's they talk about two different kinds of sitcoms, and I thought Larry David had a great way when he and Seinfeld first started doing Seinfeld. He said, look, every freaking sitcom on TV is exactly the same, which is there's a conflict, and in the end, they all love each other and hug. He goes, there is no hugging. There is no resolution of conflict. And I'm like, God, he's right. But he used Growing Pains as the example.
Well, that's always kind of the joke with Seinfeld, right? How bad the ending was and everything. And it's like, are they just bad people?
Yeah, that was kind of the thing.
Facts of Life makes the list.
That wasn't a bad one.
Yeah, I don't know. That was 79 to 88. I just never really cared about that one. Like Growing Pains is 85 to 92.
Sure.
So there was more kind of to get into. MASH is on the list, which, again, terrible, sad premise, but was a funny show.
It was my wife loved it. I did not care for it. And then maybe 2 or 3 years ago, they had like a MASH, whatever you call it, a marathon. And because I'm the husband, we got sucked into watching it. And I will say this, the premise is sad. The whole point of every joke they tell, and it's just relentless joke telling, is because these two normal civilians do not want to be in this horrible situation. So being old enough to kind of recognize that now, I really did appreciate it.
Right, that's the whole thing with Klinger always wearing women's clothes, right?
I just want to get out.
He's trying to get out.
And he's the one guy that stayed in Korea. That's the irony. On their final episode,
yeah,
everyone couldn't wait to go back to the States. And the one guy who tried to get out through the entire series, just like, I'm staying.
MASH to me was right there with 60 Minutes, though. Like, I could hear that music.
That uplifting, yeah.
Yeah, and just like, right, like, I just knew. Like,
Suicide is Painless is the name of that song?
I believe that is the name.
Right, and like, I mean, I'm humming it right now in my head, but just same thing. Like, you just knew as a kid, like, I knew my dad was going to watch it. I knew to probably get up and go in the other room.
Yeah, I don't want to be around for it.
Yeah. Dick Van Dyke Show makes the list. That was on from 61 to 1966. Taxi's on the list.
That was a funny show.
Now, Taxi, again, that was on from 1978 to 1983. My parents must have watched it in reruns or something, because I remember being a kid, not getting it, but laughing with them. So Taxi, I might go back and try to watch.
I'm old. I mean, look, you had the first time you saw Tony Danza, and before you ask, yes, his character's name was Tony. I don't know if that's part of a contract thing yet. He does not play anyone who's not named Tony. What's his face? Danny DeVito.
Yep.
That's the first introduction.
Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman when he was still alive. A couple other guys.
Mary Lou Henner.
Yeah. But it was a great and Christopher Lloyd.
Golden Girls makes the list. I don't think that's shocking. The Golden Girls kind of became like a cult classic.
Yeah.
The Jeffersons makes the list. I didn't realize the Jeffersons were on for 10 years, 1975 to 1985.
Great show.
God, it was a funny show, man.
So was Sanford and Son.
That was a great show.
That was funny.
Sanford and Son made the list.
Oh, yeah.
72 to 77. We're going over classic sitcoms that deserve a rewatch. The Odd Couple.
I never watched. I mean, I'm very aware of what it was, but I mean, a little before my time.
So The Odd Couple, again, I know it was in reruns because that was on from 70, 75. My mother loved that show.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe I disliked it too. But I remember even as a kid being like, ooh, we could watch The Odd Couple.
Yeah.
Right? And it's kind of a fun story, right?
It is. It's great. I mean, the premise is simple, but yeah, it makes sense.
And I've been the other roommate in anybody I've ever lived with.
Right? Tony Randall.
Right. Well, like DB, I mean, he liked to party as much, but he was much more the cleaning type or whatever. Sure. I was probably more the slob, the sports guy. It's like, yeah. I can't remember if I'm the Oscar or the Felix, but I'm one of them. Designing Women made the list.
I remember. I didn't care for it much when it was on. But I'm sure the humor was not for a young black child.
I was about to say, I don't know that Designing Women was designed for you, my man.
Yeah, I'm staying and probably not the target on it.
These are classic sitcoms deserve a rewatch. WKRP in Cincinnati.
Okay. Great show.
Maude, Bewitched, Get Smart.
I want to say one of the best things about WKRP in Cincinnati. Like I thought every episode was funny, but there's Dr. Johnny Fever, right? And he is like the longtime stoner, might be drunk. You knew who the guy was. So they did one of those things where they invite the police in to teach the public about how alcohol can affect the body. So he and the other DJs, they're all, taking sips of beer, whatever else, and they're showing their slow reaction time. And by the end of the show, you realize everyone's hammered. Well, Dr. Johnny Fever is also hammered. His reactions picked up. He was like lightning quick at that point. He is hammered, but dude, you couldn't get anything by him.
I would say these are probably more classic sitcoms that everybody had watched. The Addams Family.
Yeah. I mean, I remember it. I just never really liked it.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Again, that's another one.
Monsters was probably funnier.
I think The Addams Family was in more reruns, so I think I saw it more.
Yeah.
Only Mork and Mindy makes the list, which is kind of funny because we just had
had to be Big Dummy, right? Yeah.
Right. We
what
talked about Mork
actor
from Mork.
made Nanu Nanu famous?
Cheers makes the list.
Great show.
It is. It is. I saw a great clip the other day where one of the other regulars is trying. He says, "Put it on my tab," and they're like, "We don't do tabs here." He's like, "Well, Norm's got a tab." And he goes, "Well, Norm does, but nobody else does." So Norm comes out. Of course, he goes, why can't Thrill have a tab?" And Ted Danson's like, "All right, we'll give Thrill a tab." And Norm goes, "Great. Well, give me a beer on Thrill's tab." Barney Miller made the list. These are classic sitcoms deserve a rewatch. I Love Lucy, Mary Tyler Moore Show. And then this one kind of shocked me. They put A Different World on here. Now, I liked A Different World.
I did too.
But I feel like if you did watch The Cosby Show, you might be a little lost.
Right.
I don't know.
And even though Carol Burnett was a variety show, it was a great comedy.
That my kids watched I don't know, it was like a tribute to her like 5-7 years ago or something. My kids had no idea who she was, but they were showing all the skits. I mean, they were on the floor dying, man. They were like, "This is the funniest ass I've seen."
Another one that didn't air when I was a kid, but I watched it in reruns. I used to like Benson.
Benson was, I thought it was a very funny show.
Right? That was a funny one.
He started with Soap. So
that was a spinoff from Soap, yeah.
And I remember my parents would always bring that up, but like as a kid, I was like, I don't know. I just know him as Benson.
Sure.
Right? Working for the governor or whoever. Like, I just like Benson.
And anything with Ted White in it.
He was always funny.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a ton of people that are familiar with Frasier at a certain age group. They would have no idea that he's a spinoff from Cheers.
Well, he was on longer than Cheers was.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if you need to watch Cheers.
Not to understand who he is.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it was pretty much laid out there for you. If you like college basketball, good news. All the big, giant conferences are playing. So it's been going on today. It'll be going on this evening. I want to say some of the smaller conferences might be wrapping up, might be a little more exciting basketball. So right now, you're watching a bunch of teams, frankly, aren't going to make the tournament.
Yep.
Thank you, Tim. We appreciate it. You're listening to The Men's Room.
Tonight, a man was fired from his job because he was terrible at it, not because of anything he posted on social media. But first, local children's book author Sheila Watts just sold the rights to one of her books to a movie production company.
They're gonna make a movie out of one of her children's books.
That is the plan. Miss Watts sold the rights to her Newbery Medal-winning book, Where the Domestic Things Are. A Hollywood studio wants to turn her beloved classic into a movie.
Now that is exciting stuff, man.
It truly is. Where the Domestic Things Are is one of the best-selling and highly regarded children's books of the last decade. To see it on the silver screen will be a treat for people of all ages.
You know, she inspired me to write a series of children's books.
You?
Me what?
You are writing a children's book?
I'm writing a series of children's books, Stone.
And how long have you been working on this series of children's books?
I've been at it for years, Playboy. It's no easy task, you know. You need to tap into the things that are important to children.
And you believe that you've tapped into the things that are important to children?
Yeah, of course, man. That's why I'm writing a series of children's books.
I see. I will probably regret asking, but what are these children's books about?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Stone. After much research, I determined that I would write a series of how-to books for kids.
How-to books? I can't believe I'm saying this, but that actually sounds like a good idea.
Thank you. I wanted to address the things that kids want to learn how to do at an early age.
And what are some of the skills you'll be addressing in your children's how-to books?
Well, the first book is How to Create Armpit Farts.
How to create armpit farts? That's the book you're working on. How to create armpit farts.
Yes, Stone. Can you do armpit farts?
No, Felix, I cannot do armpit farts. I've never felt the need to.
You're lost, Playboy. You should read my book. It'll change your life.
No, it won't.
Now, that's just the first book. I'm also working on how to fart out loud and blame it on someone else.
Felix!
What?
Why would you write a book that teaches kids how to blame someone else for their flatulence?
You ever fart out loud, Stone?
Of course I have. It's a humiliating experience.
That's my point, man. No kids should have to suffer that kind of humiliation.
Noble as that is, what about the other kid? You know, the one who gets blamed for the flatulence?
First of all, just say fart, man. Flatulence? Come on, man. And to answer your query...
Wait. You can say query, but I can't say flatulence.
To answer that query, yes. To answer your original query, the other kids should also read my book, Return the Blame. At that point, there is no clear culprit, and neither will be humiliated.
That's genius, Felix.
No, it is not genius.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm also working on how to use I don't know as a successful defense.
Felix, I don't think you should encourage children to use I don't know as a way of explaining things. Why would you want to set that as a precedent?
Well, Stone, I don't know.
Wow, it works!
Exactly. Bonnie gets it. I'm also working on how to cheat on math tests and get away with it.
Felix, that's a horrible thing to teach children. It's important that they actually learn these things. Math is a fundamental part of a children's education.
I know that, Stone, and those kids have to pass tests. I'm helping them to advance, Playboy.
By cheating?
That's why it's called How to Cheat on Math Tests and Get Away with It. It's in the title, man.
Felix, these are terrible books to write for children.
Those are just the first 4 of my series of children's books. I'm also working on How to Eat Chicken Nuggets 3 meals a day.
That can't be healthy.
How to Read.
Wow. Okay, Felix, well, How to Read is a very positive how-to book.
Well, yeah, it's a picture book, man, no words.
Of course it is.
And finally, I'm working on How to Hide a Booger when you don't have a tissue.
How to hide a booger?
When you don't have a tissue, yeah. Spent months doing the research.
Research? How do you research hiding boogers, Felix?
Okay, look under your desk, Playboy.
Cheese and rice, Felix! Are all of those boogers yours?
Each and every one, man. Took months for that collection.
That is disgusting! Oh, God, we need to go to break. We'll be back next hour. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, why is my seat wet?
What?
My seat. My seat is wet. Why is my seat wet?
Yeah, man. I may or I may not have urinated on your chair.
What?
I said I may or I may not have urinated.
I heard what you said! You urinated on my chair?
I did not say that, Stone. I said I may or I may not have urinated on your chair.
What?
Stone, you asked the question. Why is my seat wet? So I answered your question.
You didn't answer my question. You offered me a riddle about whether or not you urinated. Urinated, Felix, on my seat, where I am sitting.
Well, maybe you didn't ask the right question, Playboy.
Yeah, I would just ask Felix whether or not he peed on my seat.
I did not pee on your seat, Bonnie.
See how easy that is?
Right. Yes. Felix.
What's up, Playboy?
Felix.
What's on your mind, my guy?
What's up? Felix.
What's crackin' man?
Felix! Did you or did you not urinate on my chair?
You finally just asked.
Yes!
About time, man. It was almost like you didn't even want to know whether or not I peed on your seat.
And
And I'm glad you asked, Stone, because I'm ready to answer.
Is this how you answer questions?
What do you mean?
Someone asks you a question, and before you just answer the question, you let people know that you are ready to answer the question.
That depends on the question, Playboy. Now, what did you ask me again?
Are you being serious right now, Felix?
Hard to say, man.
Yes or no, Felix? Did you urinate on my seat? Is that why my seat is wet?
Before I answer...
Cheese and rice!
Before I answer, Stone, what do you think?
Do I think you urinated on my chair?
That is correct.
I would like to believe that my coworker and friend would not urinate on my chair, but also I know it's not above you, Felix.
Yeah. So do you think I peed on your chair or not?
Did you?
Maybe, man. Maybe not.
Felix, I am sitting on a wet chair, my chair that I sit in every day to deliver hard-hitting and up-to-date headlines to our wonderful audience. I just want to know if you urinated on it or not.
I did not.
Wait, what?
I did not urinate on your chair, Playboy. I don't know why it's wet.
Why did you make it seem like you urinated on my chair?
I did no such thing, Stone. I said I may have or I may not have. That's all I said.
Felix, that is so misleading and infuriating. But I appreciate that you did not urinate on my chair.
It's the least I can do, Playboy.
It quite literally is the least you could do, but I still don't know why my chair is wet.
I peed on your chair earlier.
What?
I didn't mean to, but Felix made me laugh so hard I peed on your seat.
Okay, this is ridiculous. Let's go to break. We will be back next hour.
And thrill. Now, let's see what's happening in the real world.
All right, here we go. An officer arrests a woman, goes through her phone, and sends her nude pics to himself. Meanwhile, a Florida man impersonating a cop will have to put his fake badge and fake uni on the shelf. Virginia police looking for a man who breaks into homes completely nude. A woman leaves her kid at Universal Studios to go to a bar and meet up with a dude. And a restaurant owner takes his entire staff on a 3-day Bahamas cruise. It is time for your headlines.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's my car.
Our top story, we go to Orlando, where people just want to have a good time. Officers were called to a bar inside of Universal Studios that sits along the Universal City Walk on reports of a woman leaving something behind. The story goes that she was sitting in the bar when someone upset her, prompting her to leave to go to another establishment, leaving behind her 12-year-old daughter.
Oh.
Why is she at the bar?
That actually is what do you mean you left her behind? I mean, she was there with you.
Her daughter wanted to go back to the room instead of another bar because she was tired, and her mother allegedly became upset, displayed the middle finger, and left the bar without her daughter.
Okay.
Deputies found her dancing alone with an alcoholic beverage, and she told authorities that she had no idea that her daughter was missing, believing her to have been with her the whole time and simultaneously inside the hotel room.
That's actually a worse statement to make to the cops.
It really is. She's been
Where
charged.
were they at?
Universal Walk.
I mean, I think a 12-year-old, like, you could probably walk her back to the room and she'd be fine in a hotel room.
Yes, she would. Yes, she would.
Like, what is this lady doing?
She's been charged with neglect of a child, and girl's grandfather was called to pick her up. Also, keep your kids out of the bar.
Yeah, number one.
Yeah.
Start there.
Not a month ago, I was out at a bar, you know, not my usual place to go, but I sat there and I had a couple beers and I had some food. It was delicious food, and I was finishing up my drink. I'm about halfway through it, and this family sits down. It's a man and a wife and their kid who couldn't have been more than 6 years old. I'm thinking that's kind of weird bringing a kid into the, it's a bar and grill, but bringing her into the bar portion was a little off. But I'm like, you know what? I'm at a different place. Different looks, whatever. So I'm going about my drinking, just not paying attention to anything. And then all of a sudden I hear a splash right where that family is at. And I look over there and I see the bar's all wet. Mom's taking the kid away, and do you have a towel? Where's your bathroom at? And she walks away with her, and I'm thinking, the kid spilled the beer. Grab something that shouldn't have or whatnot. The more I thought about it, the more I realized Dad didn't have near enough time to actually get a beer or any liquid so far in front of him. And I went, wait a minute. Re-examined the liquid that was on the bar. There was chunks in it.
Oh, Jesus.
So not only did they bring a 6-year-old kid into the bar, but then she yaks all over the damn bar.
They were sitting, like, physically at the bar?
At the bar.
I don't even think that's legal.
I didn't think it was either.
I know it is in Canada, because our kids were about that age. And we went to the equivalent like a Dave & Buster's, and our whole plan was, hey, guys, go play the games. We're going to sit at the bar. And the bartender's like, oh, hey, no, man, they can sit at the bar. We're like, shh,
shut up. Are you talking about North Carolina?
Yeah.
They have barns that you can drive through and get a margarita to go and get a 12-pack of beer and a liter of Jack Daniels through the window of your car. Yes, a child can sit at the bar in North Carolina.
Keep them out of the bar.
Yeah, I agree. Nobody wants their kids at the bar. It's part of the reason you go to the bar.
Correct. I get to sit there because there's always a seat available because your kids get to sit in the dining room.
I won't go to Chuck E. Cheese by myself. Don't bring a kid to the bar.
There is a certain age. Like, my niece and nephew were like 12 or 13. We were at a kind of a nice restaurant, and we had to wait. They did not sit at the bar. They just kind of stood in the same area, and they were nice. They were like, they're fine. Just don't let them. They literally said, don't let them sit at the bar.
Yeah.
They can kind of stand behind you guys.
Police in Virginia are on the lookout for a repeat offender. They're asking for the public's help They received a call at 4 a.m. from a local resident claiming an unknown man was in their home. They were woken up by their dog barking and discovered an unknown man in their house, completely nude. Officers canvassed the area but were unable to locate the suspect or any trace of him, but they did connect him with several similar incidents that had happened in the area. Turns out our man has made a habit of breaking into homes around the neighborhood while completely naked. He doesn't harm anybody and nothing's been reported stolen, but they're asking the public's help to locate him so that they can put a stop to the shenanigans.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
We don't want naked dudes. We head on down to Florida where anybody can be a cop. An 18-year-old tells authorities that he was driving around 6:30 at night when he witnessed an SUV stopped in the middle of the road, blocking traffic. He drove around the vehicle and continued on his way, but the SUV followed behind him and eventually activated those dreaded blue lights, stopping him in a nearby parking lot. The officer took the young man's license and registration and began arguing with him about his driving, and that's about the time that the 18-year-old noticed an undercover police car in the parking lot and told the officers that he wanted another officer at the scene. Just didn't feel right.
Sure.
That's conveniently about the time that the first officer decided that he'd wrap up this encounter and attempt to leave in his squad car, which was a 2003 Chevy Trailblazer, known undercover cop rigs. Thanks to the video filmed by the passenger, the fake cop was eventually tracked down, his car imported, and now faces serious charges.
Yeah.
Let's just not. But just in case those stories have a bad taste in your mouth,
thankfully, there's good news.
A lot of businesses do their best to capture that family atmosphere around the office, or at least pretend to. But one restaurant in Ohio has taken quite the step to prove it.
Following a particularly busy holiday season, the married couple, owners of a Toledo restaurant called The Standard, cooked up the idea to do something nice for their employees, to send them all on vacation. They booked a 3-day cruise to the Bahamas for their nearly 60-man staff, as well as former staff members and loyal customers.
Wow. Damn.
They say that it did help to strengthen their team, whom the owners credit with their success into their restaurant. They have gotten some sort of a great deal on it.
Well, I'm sure they did, but it's still not cheap.
Yeah,
No,
it's the
it's
idea
not.
of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. So good on him, man. That was awesome.
Oh, nothing bad happened. This is a good story.
And so it was the
were you waiting for the other
Yeah, my bad. I realized we were the good part. I was
saying there's good news.
Did you not
Something
hear
bad?
Alan Thicke?
Thankfully, there's good news.
I did.
When Alan Thicke speaks, you listen to him.
There was 2 birds fighting outside the window. I thought one was going to hump the other one. All right? I got stuck looking at the birds.
Were they honestly fighting outside?
Yes.
Well, that's good news.
Bird fight.
Sorry, they were like chasing each other.
Men's Room Sports is a bird fight going on outside.
It's a bird fight.
You got college hoops on ESPN's channels, NBA basketball on NBC and Peacock. The Nashville Predators are in town taking on the Kraken here at home. Puck dropped at 7 over on Kong.
You know all their names.
And the World Baseball Classic continues tonight with the U.S. team taking on Italy in just minutes over on FS1. As far as your weather, cloudy and a
Do
low
they
of 41 tonight.
redact their names? When the
Predators?
National Predators are in town.
Nashville.
So we can't tell you.
The Nashville.
We can't tell you the lineup, but you've heard of all of them.
There is a list in the back.
Starting. Redacted.
Cloudy and a low of 41 tonight. Tomorrow they're expecting rain and a high right around 52. That is it for headlines with that. Mike Hawk is out.
Thank you, sir. Tomorrow from Shinedown, now Brent Smith on the program. Woo! Lovely Jolene's coming up in just seconds.
Yes, indeed. It's all true. But in the meantime, well, we be all about this bitch. So until tomorrow, please do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network.
Oh, man.
A Double Flush production.